Hello? Hello? Hello, everyone? Oh my god. Oh. Alright. Surely. Oh my god. Alright, let's move into the game. Oh! Okay. Hi everyone! Hi! Let me put down the volume a little. That should be alright. Right? Okay. Hi everyone, hi! Alright, let me get my introduction in order, and then I will tell you guys about the game. Hello, my name is Motchi, interdimensional lost dog who likes drawing and conducting seances to find out who the killer of someone who got murdered. And we're playing The Case of the Serialized Killer today. This is a detective game where we will be playing as Faraday, this guy right here. And we will be essentially investigating the murder of a known illustrator, a published illustrator. And from what I could gather from the Steam page, they actually tried to conduct a seance to summon the ghost of the dead to find out who killed them. We're going to ask the ghost, can you point us to your killer? Right, and let's see if my thing is in order. This is a free-to-play game, by the way. Hold on. The full game is free-to-play for you guys. You can check it out on Steam. Let me just update my thing. Save that, and if you write !play in the chat, you will get a link to the Steam page where you can download it for yourself and play it for yourself. There are multiple endings to this depending on who you accuse, and there's one true ending with the real killer. And afterwards, I was provided very graciously. I'm very grateful that they have provided an access to the art book as well. So we'll check out the art for the game and some more extra story. Did you guys know this was all the art made for this game was done with watercolors? I'm very excited to check out the art book as well. Let me pin these. That there. And that everything should be in order now. Unless I'm missing something. You guys would tell me, right? Also, hi Mari. But yeah, alright. Time to start a new game. Start. The doors were all locked and the windows barred. The afternoon sun barely managed to leak into the dusty mansion. But when the visitor knocked, the sharp sound resounded through the halls. Somewhere, inaudible over the knocking, a pitiful voice let out a groan and called out into the hallway. Clumsy hands pulled a pillow over his face. That's so loud. I swear I can see it. If it doesn't stop, this headache will crack my skull in two. While one man complained, another was already rushing to answer the door. You have a hangover, not a headache. And there we are! We play as this guy, Faraday. Have mercy, Holly. I can't handle this today. Yes, his name is Holly Faraday. You couldn't handle this yesterday. And I don't think you'll have a lobster's chance in boiling water of handling it tomorrow. Unsympathetic but undeterred, Holly Faraday made his way toward the front door. He ignored the other speaker and their continued whining. He sighed. The moaning wouldn't stop until the knocking did, and Faraday would have to be the one to take care of it. Opening the door was quite a task. He muttered through the devious set of tongue-twisting charms, cracked a stick of chalk over the handle, and detached a frankly ludicrous amount of deadbolts. That's a lot of... That's a lot of things to unlock. Just open the door. Well, I guess it is a mansion. There's a lot of valuables in there. Any interest in the novelty of ritual magic had worn off months ago. The seal broke and crisp air entered, full of the staticky flavor of fall. Holly blinked as his eyes adjusted. He hadn't missed all that sunlight, nor the serious, stiffly disapproving faces of the people on the outside. A messenger was standing at the step, letter in hand. Whomever had sent it had paid to have it hand-delivered. Urgent letter for Mr. Ludd Kale? Holly raised an eyebrow. They paid to have it hand-delivered. But not, it seemed, enough to know the recipient. Ludicrous. 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 Right? Oh no, I'm gonna have a hard time pronouncing this name. Good thing they mentioned how to pronounce it. I'm still gonna butcher it. Ah, no. Ludicrous. Comprehension seemed to dawn on the messenger's face, quickly followed by the inevitable grimace of distaste. I see. Him. Faraday took a letter from his hand, gave it the once-over. It's not a bomb, is it? That got the jerk's attention. No, sir. It's a personal invitation. Really? Well, toss my oars. Thanks. Holly rummaged his pocket for a tip, and once that transaction was accomplished, set about resealing the door. He didn't want to be responsible for anything escaping. Soon the business was accomplished. All that was left was to find out what was in the letter. Harry! Quieter, please. Harold Ludicrous. You should get up. Open your mail yourself. Already nagging. Faraday could hear angry muttering as Harold got out of bed. He sounded irate. But at least he was up. I won't do it. I have done 2 before, and it's also terribly demeaning. 2 stocking-clad feet met the ground. Then one of these feet failed to keep balance, and the ground became acquainted with a pair of elbows and a forehead. Seances are just that tasteless parlor trick. He clawed his way up the door frame, and Harold Ludikiel stood as tall as he momentarily could. How dare they? They're speaking to a true alchemical genius. Oh my god. What a man! What a man! A man who can control the fabric of the human soul. I guess. Holly fluttered the letter at him. Why don't you try controlling the fabric of your pants, buddy? Harold took one moment to register his state of undress, and the moment was all it took to puncture what little energy he had. Be that as it may, neither I nor anyone could show up and summon the souls of the dead. Their regrets or outstanding grievances, perhaps I could summon those, but any vengeful presence strong enough to contact might kill the whole lot of them, rather than shake the table. Holly sighed again. Maybe it would have been better to leave Harold passed out on the chase lounge. After all, Harold couldn't be pedantic while passed out on the chase lounge. I'll tell this Bell person you say no then. Harold waved a permissive gesture. Good. Don't call me unless a big one's escaped. It took a while for anything to filter through the muck in his brain, and as a neuron finally made contact, Harold tripped again. Bell? As in Bernadette Bell? The author? Holly caught both Harold and the suddenly wild look in his eye. The famous author? Yeah. Managing both Harold and the letter was certainly a handful, but Holly managed to reread the latter. Which was to say, the letter. It says, Professor Ludikiel, I request your presence at a party at my home this coming Saturday. I have heard tell of your incredible research into the supernatural sciences. Into the supernal sciences, and I need a man with your experience for the job. I can trust no one else with this important task. My regards, Bernadette Bell. Harold got to his feet, brushing himself off. Well, it would be the pinnacle of rudeness to decline. So, will you bring business cards to this? Or will you just pass out slips of labeled kiss ass so they know you're real? Harold shook his head, hangover suddenly absent. How do you not know Bell? He's been serialized for 2 years now. Writes these murder mysteries with a shockingly grisly means of death. Holly shrugged. An associate of hers was just murdered a few days ago. The irony kept it all over the papers. They have no leads at all, claiming an imp might have been the murder weapon. It's creepy to obsess about other people's business, right? By the way, since we have what is called a demonologist in this duo, there will be supernatural things happening, so the seance will be real. You never know when you might need that information. We wouldn't want to make a faux pas if we met her. Psh, fine. I guess that settles it. Even if you just said seances were fake. I mean, it's more complicated than that. Even if there's very little evidence that they're real, you never know what we might find out in the future. That's a longer way to say fake. So, they want a good ghost story for their party? What's wrong with that? Well, it's not deceptive per se. It's fun for the guests if we all pretend it's real. That's the idea. Holly chuckled. Well then, I'm coming with you. Seeing you lie your ass off sounds like a show I don't want to miss. Plus, they said there'll be dinner. I haven't gotten to eat something I didn't cook myself in ages. Harold chewed the inside of his cheek for a moment before responding. Just promise me you won't embarrass me. Me? With you running around playing pretend about fake ghosts for a scrap of establishment acknowledgement? You really think I'm going to be the embarrassing one? Well, you don't exactly know how to dress. Whoa, bro. Not when you're like that right now. Not when you're dressed like that. Ollie didn't see fit to dignify that with a response. He turned around and left Harold standing in the hallway, in his undergarments. A week later, Faraday and Harold stood dwarfed by the massive mansion of Bernadette Bell. Thank goodness I bought the big jar of salt. This place is going to need a lot to seal. If you're going to be faking the ghost thing, why bother sealing anything? I'm a professional, Holly. I am at least capable of sealing a building until sunrise. Sure you can stay up that late? Stepping into the front porch, their feet passed over a metal grate. The strange device on the floor set off a ringing tone inside the house. Oh. Automatic doorbell? Do you think it's an imp doorbell? That seems excessive. Not to mention expensive. Are imps expensive? Goddamn. Maybe the place is rigged up with electricity. This is before electricity? Before electricity was mainstream? In the door. Also, chat, I have been provided food. You will hear me crunching. What's a good seance without snacks, you know? You must be even richer than I thought. How do I look? Fine. I really wish you'd have dressed in something nicer. Hello, Caleb. You know what I'm gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what you're gonna do. This is the nicest stuff I have. Plus, it's not like clothes change who you are. Either they'll like you or they won't. Unsurprisingly, this did nothing at all to assuage Faraday's companion? Associate? Now there was a question. What was Harry Ludiciel to him? What were they anymore? Oh my god. Already? Already they posit that question? Damn. Keeping track of Ludiciel's social lives was one thing, but by this point even finding a true label was beyond Faraday's capabilities. Especially because he really didn't want to think about any of that right now. What were they? I'm making a gacha reaction video. Oh, I see. Right now we are playing through the case of the Serialized Killer. It is a detective game where we will try to solve a murder mystery. And currently there is a question here of what is the nature of the relationship of these two. Just say I'm your assistant, they won't care then. Oh, that only made it worse. Faraday tried again. So, you read a few books of her books? So you read a few of her books this week, right? Well, I read a bit. Define a bit. I fell asleep on the third page. I feel like I know someone like this. If you're there, you know who you are. Hold on, where's the log? Screenshot. I usually like seafaring stories, but it was so dreary. Don't look at me like that. There's going to be a play soon. I'll simply watch that then when it comes out. I'll just watch the movie. Oh my god. But the short stories are good. I'm certain that they are. You can tell me all about how the book was better once we've seen the show. Look, the first one sucks. She's clearly never been on a boat before. But they get a lot better. Do they now? I wanted to come prepared, so I read a few. Oh, he did his research. There was the sound of movement behind the door. Ooh, that was herself. Bernadette Bell opened the door. Oh, she's pretty. A robust woman in fashionable dress. There was a touch of tiredness in her gaze and a rasp in her throat. A stern, elderly figure stood behind her. Oh, it's Dr. Ludicule. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't been feeling up to snuff lately. Haughty. No trouble, Miss Bell. And please, call me Harold. Harold it is then. I'm glad you could make it. It might have been rather short notice, but for you, anything. I must confess to being something of a fan. You said you just barely read her books. What do you mean, Harold? Really? Alright, let me finish this one thing and then we can continue. This is my assistant, Holly Faraday. Don't worry, I understand how valuable good help is. This is my editor, Debbie Vance. Vance extended her wrist toward Harold. Her dress and demeanor were both firmly rooted in the prior century. I was the one who told her about your work. Harold, no stranger to dusty old customs, kissed the back of Vance's hand. A pleasure to meet you both. Come on in, don't just stand out there. I want to get started as soon as everyone else has arrived. Ooh. Fancy. Miss Bell, I need some time to, to prepare. I love that you kept this whole thing very mysterious. It suits a mystery writer like yourself. But I do need to know whom I'll be summoning. My friend, Gareth Canterbury. Such a recent death might be difficult to summon. If you can't do it, then please tell me now. I meant for an amateur it would be impossible, but for an experienced summoner like me it should be a problem. Fraud! A fraud! Faraday leaned into a whisper. Harry, how the hell are you going to fake? Harold hissed back softly. Have you ever heard of hot reading? Harold puffed his chest out. He seemed filled head to toe with confidence, instead of trepidation and gin. Is he drunk? God damn. We need to get a list of all of the deceased personal traits and attachments so we can contact her properly. We need to figure out what this person was like so I can trick you guys. Faraday, take some notes for me. Harold thrust a leather-bound journal into Faraday's hands. Wait, this notebook is... Then he folded into a new page and started to write. Sometimes, Faraday will take notes on the people around him. These notes can be accessed anytime by clicking the journal icon on the right of the text box. Oh, right there. Right there. Holly's notes will be kept here. Okay. Click the page corners or the tabs to navigate the journal. Okay. Click close. Return back to the game. Ex Libris? Oh. Oh. I can't believe Ex Libris is here. This might be a different Ex Libris, but I am also familiar with the Ex Libris of Cinderella Boy in the webtoon. If found, Ex Libris Holly Faraday. If found, please return to Harold Ludicchio. Tabs. People. Gareth Canterbury. She, her. Friend of Belle. Recently murdered. Holly Faraday. He, him. Undiscovered demonologist. Incredible work. My assistant professor. Don't say his name around the doxx. What? I think this is his journal. Why did you give Ludicchio? Harold Ludicchio, why did you give your journal to Holly? When you have stuff like this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Lol gay. Gay question mark? No, gay exclamation point. Hello, Neko-kun. Belle turned to Vance for a moment, and while she was distracted, Faraday hissed a whisper to Harold. Harry, why are there notes on me? Oh, well, I started assembling all my notes on people into one notebook. Easy to keep on hand. Ollie rolled his eyes and sarcasm dripped from his tone. Oh, of course. That makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. Most people don't think to keep an insane little dossier of everyone they pass by. Well, my memory isn't what it used to be. What if I slip up and say something that accidentally touches upon a sore nerve and they never forgive me? Faraday took to furiously scribbling. Harold looked over Holly's shoulder and watched him write. Oh, very mature. While you're at it, add snores in his sleep to your page. Haha. Belle's laughter cut through their squabble. Don't you agree, Harold? Absolutely! Quite amusing. He did not listen to the conversation. Oh, ping pong. That's being answered. I'm not the one answering. Harold had no idea what she'd been discussing with Vance. But people always like to hear that they were funny. Miss Bell, I have to divert you back toward a sensitive subject. Could you tell me a little bit about your friend's career? It's important that I know what might tie her to this mortal plane. Bell didn't miss a bit. Bell didn't miss. I can't read. Belle didn't miss a beat, pride in her eyes as she responded. She was a fabulous illustrator. She worked on a cover art for the chain. Faraday leaned toward Harold to whisper. The Chain is a magazine her stories are serialized in. Oh, would you say she liked her job? Loved it! She and I would head out to find scenes for her to paint while I did some rough drafting. She and I met while she had to illustrate something from one of my stories for the cover. She took a lot of pride in her work. Some people even collected the journals just for their covers. Quite a feat to say. Sometimes the journal sold out just because of her work. She wasn't well liked by the heads of the journal. She just told it like it is. Management always hates that. I just wanted to be clear. Maybe the job didn't love her as much as she loved it. I suppose. Alright, more notes. Let's see. Popular illustrator, worked for the chain, disliked by her bosses, tells it like it is. Faraday made a section for him. Orientation desperate. Jerk, usually intoxicated and moping, one of the most influential demonologists of the era, but has no motivation. His house is full of nightmares that are a pain in the ass to deal with, but he's the most notable one. Is his house haunted? Bernadette Bell, tonight's host, writes the popular Constance Little Bear series of mysteries. Harry, if you're reading this, the train one is great. I suppose. Right, let's move into the drawing room. That's the room where they they entertain the guests. Yes, the parlor, I mean. In the parlor, there were two guests already chatting away. Oh, I also have like one more extra snack. I should finish this up actually. I don't like the snack. This is terrible to chew. What kind of snack is this? It's lumpia, but it's been like out for too long. It's gotten stale. Hard to chew now, or I think there's just so much wrapping or wrapper that it's really chewy. Not the good kind of chewy. Okay. Let me just clean up. Ano merienda? Uli! Yumi, listen! Outside! Yumi! Hello, I'm back. Lumpia is better choking. I don't know, man. I haven't eaten fast food in a while. Much less choking. So I have no opinion of it anymore. Like, for what they're selling right now. Alright, we're back! Sorry for the interruption. I had to finish my snack. You live in the middle of nowhere in the jungle? Is this discrimination? Am I seeing discrimination right there in my chat? Right now? Alright. Where were we? We got into the parlor, right? Or rather, and there are two guests chatting. Or rather, one of them was endlessly, excitedly prattling on. Holy tall man with a hole in his chest, while the other loomed silent. Faraday and Harold attempted not to stare. They failed utterly. Belle followed their gazes and chimed in. May I present Goose Downey? They're here to help me with some details about future writing ideas. They're a hitman! Sir Goose? Inspiration is vital for a good story. And who would know more about murder than that? A hitman. Yeah. So tacky. Faraday took notes of the new guest. Goose Downey, they, them. A hitman? Here for Belle's research? Cool little drawing, though. Yes, with your own people. Hey man, you can discriminate. Discrimination does not is not like, what's it called? It's not limited to just other people. You can discriminate against all sorts of people. That's still really messed up. The bell rang and Belle grabbed Vance's hand. Oh, another arrival. And with that, Belle hurried Vance away, sounding slightly winded. Finally, I was starting to think it would just be me and this guy all night. The taller person said nothing, but the lack of response did not seem to slow the woman down. So, who do we have here? Two of you, right? She prodded at them with her cane, whacking them about the ankles. She blind? Or is it just one person with a really big imp? Oh, no, it's two of us. So you can speak. Well, that's helpful. I'm Dr. Harold Ludicchio, and I'll be performing the seance this evening. Man, she wasn't kidding when she said she was getting an expert. Harold beamed. Shame it had to be you, though. And just who do you think you are? God, to his defense already? Go. Harold did his best to shush Faraday. But the woman heard him anyway, and could scarcely hold back a peal of arrogant laughter. Me? I'm Dea Delus. Delus. Harold gave an inaudible groan of disappointment, which only served to make her grin even more broadly. Yep, that Delus. If you've seen a ship with our marking, then I designed it, even if you haven't seen the marking. We made half the ships in the harbor, so, you're welcome. For all the free trade you enjoy each day. Faraday gritted his teeth and decided not to let the shipwright get away with a slight. How were you able to design a ship? Big deal, so you made one or two. 100 ships. Good for you. I've been on better. Oh, big words, mister. It's Faraday. Holy Faraday. Deleuze shrugged. Never heard of you. Faraday sucked in a breath to tell Deleuze exactly who he was. But Harold lifted a hand and gave him a desperate, pleading look. Instead, he looked down the journal sullenly and scrawled his ire into it instead of saying anything aloud. Right, let's see what he wrote for Deleuze. Pronounced Dea Deleuze. Oh, I managed to pronounce it properly. Shipwright thinks she's so special because she's economically noteworthy. I mean, yeah, it's basically this universe's billionaire status. Millionaire. Harry turned to the taller fellow, hoping to have a little more luck with them. Hello, a pleasure to meet you. The figure gave the slightest of nods. And then stared at Harold, offering no further greeting or conversation. Harry's mind had half a dozen different reasons why Goose might choose to commit this social slight, and how each of them was probably Harold's own fault. He was so wrapped up in the preemptive guilt that he almost missed it when they did speak. Hey, a great listener to this one. I was just telling them about how marriage is a scam. Real and true. Dea knows what's up. Harold did not have time to ask what could have caused such a topic to come up. He just got straight to nodding. Yes, spending your life with just one person would be so limiting. Aren't you already doing that with Faraday? I disagree. Commitment is nice. That is not to say that life partnership does not have its upsides. Faraday rolled his eyes. You getting dizzy over there? Miss Deleuze, did you happen to know anything about Gareth Catterbury? Just that she died and people keep talking about it. Dea Deleuze gave a carefree shrug. How about you, Goosey? Wasn't me. Huh. Well, we can chalk that up. Goose is not our killer. Wasn't them? Outside the room, there was a lilting, melodic cry of joy. Deleuze's head turned attentively. Please tell me that's who I think it is. Wait, no. Please tell me that's who it sounds like it is. The sound of fawning excitement traveled down the hall, and before long the host arrived, her next guest in tow. The door swung open, revealing a figure swathed in pink silks and sheer beaded fabric. Her eyes shone with an abundant delight. Harold gave a slight gasp of enthusiasm. It's Clarice Myers! Who? If you can't take an interest in current events, we'll never have anything to talk about. We can talk about the current state of mold in your kitchen. Oh, your parlor is beautiful. Is it the inspiration for Duchess Baker's parlor? How could you tell? I've been reading all of her scenes. The way that bookshelf is positioned, and the pattern of the chair. Yes, I pictured her scheming all of her nefarious plots right in that chair over there. The energetic young lady crossed the room to run her hand along the fabric of the arm. Oh, it gives me a perfectly wicked vibe. Can I sit in it? You certainly can. The young lady settled into the chair, and the innocent features of her face contorted into a sinister glare. She drew back her head and gave a laugh so chilling, goosebumps rose on the back of Faraday's neck. Oh, oh, try as you might for as long as you live, you'll never prove it was me, Constance, little bear! Belle's jaw dropped. Exactly how I imagined her. I love it. Miss Myers, I think you're disturbing the other guests. The young lady hopped up from the chair, eyes once again wide and apologetic. Miss Myers, are you perchance related to the Myers Corporation? No, you aren't. That is a futuristic, postmodern cyborg story. You are not related at all to the Myers Corporation. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm just so thrilled to see it for myself. No, Debbie, stop being such a spoiled sport. Miss Myers, I couldn't have asked the director to cast a better Duchess. Yeah, are you kidding? A preview performance right here? Sounds like she knows how to party, unlike the rest of you chumps. Dea poked Goose in the knee with her cane. When are you going to start doing an evil laugh? It seems like something a real hitman would have. Better if they don't hear you. Oh. Oh. This guy is starting to creep me out. Shh, don't let them hear you. Don't let them hear you. Belle and Myers, however, were still in their own little world, fawning over each other. Oh, I hate to be a bother, but Miss Belle, can I please have you sign this copy of the chain? I have all the ones with your stories in them, but this one is my... Is someone chopping... Are they running their lawnmower right now? I can hear like a buzz outside. Oh my god, someone's mowing their lawn. At 3 p.m. Oh my god. While I'm streaming. Oh my god. Constance racing to solve the murder before the train pulls into the next station, all while knowing she might be found by the conductor. It was so thrilling. Belle took the less than pristine magazine and unclipped the gleaming bronze fountain pen from her pocket. Oh, a fountain pen. Oh, I would love a fountain pen. I just don't have the money to commit. Her signature was large and loopy in a striking indigo ink. I use this pen for all my manuscripts too. This ink just seems like it makes my pen flow faster. Is it archival ink? Surely it'll last a lifetime, hopefully. Archival ink with pigments. Myers' eyes sparkled with admiration as she took the signed copy back. She stared in awe as if she had just seen magic. Belle seemed to remember that the rest of the guests were there. Oh, let me introduce Miss Clarice. Clarice Myers. Loved you in that one with the flower girl and the elocution lessons. Elocution lessons? What's that? Deleuze hopped to the front of the group, quickly shaking Myers' hand. Did you think you had a villain in you? Didn't think you had a villain in you, but you sure proved me wrong. Oh, thank you. I promise I can be very evil when I want to be. Oh! Vance glanced over Clarice, finally giving an approving nod. My dear, are you wearing your imp on your hat? Oh yes, I'm awfully glad that someone noticed. It's the fashion. It's all the fashion uptown. Watch. The small creature rose from her hat and quietly, with the poise of a ballerina, began to dance. She has her imp. Clarice Myers sang, a crystalline soprano weaving a hauntingly pretty melody. The others all stopped what they were doing and crowded around to watch them perform. Vance smiled and Deleuze stopped fidgeting, an ear turned intently up to listen. The little imp moved with grace, elegance, and far too many joints. After a moment, however, Harold crossed the room quickly, pulling chalk from his jacket pocket. Miss, allow me to. Mars did not let a hint of awkwardness or effrontery show. Oh dear, don't mind. This happens all the time. See, she can make a new one. The little imp placed a tiny hand on its cheek, as if laughing off the embarrassment. Oh, she fixed it, and the mask reformed. Ah, what a clever little trick. The imp bowed, then hid away, back among the flowers in Myers' hat. Harold slunk back over to Faraday's side. Do you think it's okay? Though he had whispered, Deleuze must have been feeling particularly nosy because she chirped up for all to hear. Of course she's okay. Everybody's imps do weird stuff sometimes. It doesn't mean anything. Should. Quite right. One look at the beautiful imp and one can easily tell that it harbors a beautiful soul. Chad, it's Friday. Why are there so many goddamn noises coming around? Every day this week, there's always been just motorcycles running around. I think they're delivery riders, making deliveries. So, unfortunately, I am right next to a road where these vehicles travel. The imp is the pure expression of an artist's creative drive. Her ability. One shouldn't trivialize it. There was a general agreement amidst the room, and the others took to chatting. Harold wandered over to the far corner and wondered if he could summon something that could drag him straight off the face of the earth. Is that really what people think nowadays? That imps are their creativity? Their souls? They break them out for fun little shows? You were gone a while, Holly. We did all that research, and the public just traded one lie for another. Look, this journal you've got me writing in. It's my old notebook. I'll just open it up and show them my notes. Leave it be. Her imp is advanced to be sure, but maybe nothing will happen. If you try to tell them this darling of the stage has a demon, that if she uses it like this, it will make it stronger and more dangerous, will be mocked and maybe even forcibly removed. What? Misinformation! Aren't we responsible for at least trying to correct them? If someone gets hurt and we said nothing... Faraday was no stranger to Harold's haggard, tired expressions, but Harold looked at him. His eyes communicated the fatigue so deep it must have taken years to accumulate. I hate this city. They'd eat a rock if you told them it was an oyster. Holly's notes on imps and demons are available to read. Oh, is this the notes? Oh. Should have a good time. So to summarize the points for the presentation, demons aren't just the big monsters that lurk in the woods or destroy small villages. Everyone might even have a really tiny demon running around hiding their keys or eating their socks or something. We humans contribute to them via negative emotions. The difference between a harmless or harmful demon is how powerful we let them get. But what if, pause for effect, we could put the demons someplace where they can't feed off of us? Professor Ludikiel has developed a system for capturing renegade or stray demons. We can use sealing alchemy to confine demons to objects or locations. But we absolutely must take responsibility for our own demons. The professor's goal is for each person to have the option to seal their own demon deep within themselves. The professor has already successfully done this on 2 people. See show photographers of my eyes. Have the professor comment on his own suppression once it's done. Oh, it's the parentheses. Let's get that funding. Meeting went too well. They refused to treat the process as a medical procedure. Talked about rebranding demons. Oh my god. Harry said that we should be open to whatever gets us the funds we need. I'm not going to lie to these assholes for money. Screw this. Let's get out of this room and start sealing the mansion. Good idea. If I have to spend 1 more minute in here, I'm going to lose it. Alright. Is there an objectives page that I could look through? Cute smile. Cute smile. Cute smile. Faraday versus Ludikiel's. He put some effort into Faraday's portrait. Let us go into the office. Oh, we're sealing now, I think. This must be where she writes. Good to know at least one room in here isn't just for decoration. Not everything has to be utilitarian. It does on a ship. You're such a braggart. Gallivanting off on ocean travels, while the rest of us are stuck boarding ourselves up in dry study. Not like I got a lot of time above deck. You think I had a lovely time working on my tan? Ugh, you don't even have the grace to look back on it fondly. You're a fundamentally ungrateful person. Says the guy who hasn't washed his own laundry in 3 months. Harold hurried over to the windows and set to sealing them. Had he been in front of a classroom, he might have added a touch of flourish to his hand motions. He would have explained the process in affectionate detail and called out his words loudly, emphasizing unnecessary syllables in order to add pomp and majesty. But instead, he huffed 3 quick breaths onto the windows and traced symbols on the foggy glass. He closed his eyes, focused on the roiling, abundant anxiety within his gut, and without a word pressed it all down. The glass grew hot under his touch. A quick dash of salt and it was done. One more seal down. Harold set about sealing these windows too. While he was deep in concentration... Whoa! You boys already got in here? I came up to open the door for you. I usually leave this room locked. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. We were just about to finish up here. Oh, it's quite alright. I leave anything important double locked. You wouldn't have found it even if you tried. Don't tell them that. Don't say that information out loud. Harold's teeth were grinding loud enough for Belle to hear them across the room. Please, Dr. Ludikiel. You don't need to be so on edge all the time. I assure you, I'm already aware of your history, but I have the utmost confidence. Well, I think that Faraday can handle this room on his own. I'll just head along, shall I? Faraday sprinkled down a last line of salt along the windowsill, and Harry rushed out the room. Cheeks burning with shame. Belle carefully relocked the room behind them and tucked the key into her sleeve. You keep your key in your sleeve? Okay. Kitchen. Of all the ridiculous... Vance put her hand down on a piece of paper when they entered, but left a small, vibrantly violet corner visible. When she moved to grasp it the rest of the way, she dropped it. Faraday rushed over to pick it up. It says, Bernadette Bell, tonight we are coming to steal... Vance snatched it away and then crumpled the paper up. I'm sorry, this is a letter that was slipped under the door. Miss Bell didn't want it to distract from the party tonight, so she asked me to get rid of it. Yeah, the thing sure looks like some distraction. She gets threats sometimes. It's nothing serious. Well, I will be finished stealing this place in a bit. It will mean no one can leave or enter, so she should be safe. Vance did not seem mollified by this. She waved her hand. Don't let that soup boil over. Of course. Why are you on kitchen duty? Harold nearly fell over the table in his rush to comply. Not you, the help. Or rather, the other help. Harold watched as an imp the size of a very large oven bumbled by. Bruh. It walked slowly as if moving at all was a chore. The heat emanating from it, even from yards away, made Faraday start to sweat. It opened its mouth and a whistling filled the room. Faraday grimaced and covered his ears. The large imp removed a tea kettle and poured a cup and put the kettle back in its mouth. As soon as its mouth closed, the sound stopped. Vance took the cup, sipping it and surveying the room. On the table, a knife-like imp was chopping some form of leafy garnish. Oh, a knife lying all over the place on its own. Watching that isn't disconcerting in the least. You needn't fear. It's all well under control. Do not trust a demon to handle a knife. That's like Demonology 101. Do not give the demon a weapon. So, the height of technology allows people to finally take a good hard look inside. And what have we done? Sold them to the highest bidder. What's next? Legalizing the black market for organs? These are just rental imps. Some hardworking people, through no fault of their own, very much need that money. Belle considers it magnanimous to at least help those people with their debts. She rents from these people often, but they go back to their originators after a month. It's their decision if they want to rent them out again. It's messed up either way. Vance turned away to check back on the other imp as if that was washing dishes. Dinner's almost ready. If you don't hurry, the food will be cold for everyone. Harold finished sealing the windows and the two men left. Alright. Final room. The boiler room. They took a staircase down and find themselves in a boiler room. Harold got right to work. while Faraday lingered, peering over the railing. The boiler was immense, large enough to fit a carriage inside. Why make a room like this so big? It's a big house, but it is quite something to look at. It must cost a lot to heat this place. Can we heat your place more this winter? You live together? Bombastic side-eye? Criminal offensive side-eye? You live together? If this job leads to another one, maybe. If you say no, then I'm sleeping in your bed. You stay in your own room. I'm not gonna comment on that. As the two returned to the parlor, they found Clarice admiring the decor. Miss Myers, do you know anything about Gareth Canterbury? The illustrator? She was Miss Bell's... And she was... murdered. Why are you smiling? Girl, why are you smiling? Girl, why are you smiling when you said that word? Terrible how the papers keep sensationalizing it and hounding her for interviews. She clearly has nothing to do with it, and yet they're harassing her just because she was famous. She's famous and writes about murders. All just to sell papers. It's so heartbreaking. Thank you. It's disgusting that people want to wring money out of other people's tragedies. Dreadful. I feel so sorry for Miss Bell. I hope you will all be gentle with her feelings tonight. She's probably trying to take her mind off the whole thing. Ollie clicked his tongue. I don't think she is. She's trying to to hold a seance to contact her dead friend. I don't think she's trying to forget. She hired me to summon her ghost. That seems so ghoulish. Literally. Whoa. This party's getting better every minute. And it'll only improve now that I'm here, gorgeous. Oh no. Who is that? The group turned to see the new arrival. And I'm admittedly intrigued, but that's some big talk. The man waltzed into the room with the utmost confidence. Elf ears. He sported coif hair with a lilac waistcoat that was so out of style. It bordered on a kind of archaic chic. I mean, it's an elf, I guess, and a pair of long tapered ears. Faraday barely noticed the others enter the room. Vance supported a slightly winded bell in... Goddamn, these motorcycles are loud. Vance supported a slightly winded bell on her arm, helping her onto a chair. Being too boring would literally kill me. I'm very motivated. Oh, your ears! Are you a fae? I've only heard about them in books. Oh, he is? Not an elf, but a fae. What do his ears look like? Dea prodded Goose again with her cane, prompting them on. Cute. Subjective descriptions don't help. They're pointy. And very charming. Charming is subjective. Nonsense! Charming is objectively very me. Very, very me. I'm lupine flowers. And no, it isn't every day you meet a fae. Vance squinted at Lupine. I don't actually remember inviting you. I wasn't invited. But I thought that was rude. Such a collection of adorable people and me not invited? Shame! Plus, I was friends with Canterbury. Gary was good to me. I found out you were going to be contacting her tonight. Call me romantic, but I couldn't miss such a last chance at seeing her. It couldn't hurt. Gareth was so quiet. I didn't even know she had any other friends. It's really a pleasure to have you here. Well, if you're certain... Debbie, shouldn't you know better than anyone else never to turn away a fae? Nonsense. As an expert, I know that the fae are all sweet, adorable, wholesome creatures. They are born amidst the cabbage patch and tenderly rock the children to sleep at night. The fae are mischievous. Do not trust the fae. Do not give them your name, your full government name. You are to not ever provide your full name or your name at all to a fae, because that holds power, and the fae will hold power over you. Ha! Ahem. Where did you get that nonsense? Sounds like something out of a Deborah Vance storybook. She is Deborah Vance. Can you get dinner started, Debbie? You have the cooking and serving imps in the kitchen, don't you? Of course. Please be careful. Lupine bounced on his toes and turned to Belle with a friendly grin. What an odd pair, you and her. Her books are all old, stuffy, pointless fairy stories, and you write exciting, gruesome murders. Witnessing such a wild faux pas, Harold was white in the face, murmuring. He knew that she was Deborah Vance and still said that to her face? Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, my God. Little prissy Miss Cabbage Patch edits her tales of murder? Ha! You're just full of such wonderfully vibrant ideas. I can see it in your eyes and in your writing. Lupine looked at Belle with the most adoring smile to accompany the compliment. Whatever could a frump like that bring to the table that you didn't already have in spades? Oh! Myers hopped like a child in the classroom, one eager to be called on by the teacher. Miss Belle, do you mind if I tell him? Go right ahead. It's infinitely more fun to hear my accomplishments coming from someone else's mouth. Myers dove in. Miss Belle published the first mystery under a pen name. You see, she wasn't confident in her work. Though the first one wasn't a major hit, it got people excited about the characters, and she started to write more stories. A couple of years ago, she got picked up by the chain, and when I found out about her, that's when I started reading her as well. You can get the chain in Arcadia, if you know the right guys. Well, eventually, Miss Belle felt confident enough to reveal her real name. Miss Belle was a brand new writer, but as you know, Miss Vance has been around for about 100 years looking at those crow's feet. God damn, bro. You only get brow creases that bad from scowling all the time. Miss Vance has been around for a while longer, so she has a lot of publishing connections, and she's helped Miss Belle get into the industry. That is actually a very powerful connection, I will agree. If you have a connection like Miss Vance, you will have success in an industry as cutthroat as any kind of like creative one, like writing or art. The most valuable thing after your skill is connections. Faraday balanced the journal against his arm to add more. When Faraday looked up, Lupine was already behind him, peering over his shoulder. Whoa! Another cute writer? Oh my god, oh my god. I'm going to get overstuffed with stories tonight. They're just notes. Oh, are you casing the joint? Oh, I... Belle does have some amazing things, though. He's been collecting occult items. That's what I read. That's what I read. You can see some in her gorgeous curio case over there. The loose scolded goose. You didn't tell me about what's in the curio case? I didn't look. Well, how about I give you all a tour? The curio case. This pair of silver rods are supposed to be useful at finding hidden items. Dowsing rods? This spike is my most recent purchase. The seller said it was the tooth of a toxic shark demon. Ooh, Goosey, is it stained with blood? Goose grinned. Nah, but it's about the size of your fist. Whoa! This set of candles is from the first successful angel summoning. Angel summoning? Faraday leaned over to whisper to Harold. That's not a thing, right? Some demons are good liars. Oh, these coins are said to be clues that lead to a treasure map. Something for me to keep busy with. Once I retire, I suppose. Invite me along for that one. I definitely want treasure discoverer on my resume. Down here is a device that reacts to ghostly presence. I plan to test it tonight. Oh, you got the gear! Miss Belle, please don't get your hopes up. Devices like that tend to be completely fake. Unlike Harry here, Faraday muttered under his breath. Last one is a personal favorite. It's a listening device that can pick up people's inner thoughts that are floating around in the air. I've heard a lot of very interesting things in the ether. Incredible, but you must hear such strange things. They can be strained and difficult to decipher, but they really can push me right through when I'm feeling stuck. You get inspiration from people's inner thoughts strewn about in the ether? Okay, Miss Belle. The inner mind is such an intriguing place. With the others distracted, Harold shook his head in disbelief. The doorbell chimed again, and Belle smiled as she excused herself. Most of the group stayed crowded around the case, admiring the items, but Faraday and Harold pulled back to talk privately. If you're going to be selling fake seances, then we might as well get into the fake artifact business too. Yeah. Demon sharks. Holly curled his fingers and with both hands pantomimed a large pair of jaws. He chomped them on Harold's arm. For the briefest of moments, Harold smiled. But it quickly gave way to his usual demeanor. Demon sharks. Oh my god, that's so cute. I certainly hope they're all fake. What if one of those were actually someone's severed imp? The ones in the kitchen are bad enough, but at least they're under Vance's control. Nobody's approved and rented out the stuff in the cabinet. If one got up and got loose... Speaking of getting loose, maybe we should get to sealing those windows. I don't want to miss dinner because I'm hanging off the roof putting salt down for you. I want to at least meet all the guests first. And we barely found anything at all about Canterbury. True, I guess you need to make this as convincing as possible. Though looking at the case... She seems like she's the type to believe you can move without rowing. Hey! Harold narrowly avoided both a heart attack and a faceplant straight into Faraday's sweater. We'll be right back. I'm going off on a little unauthorized tour with a cutie on my arm. Holy moly. No telling, okay? You only get to peek into other people's houses on a rare occasion. Oh my god. The loose and lupine slid out of the room before anyone could give any kind of objection. Damn, that Faye was the only one who claimed he knew Canterbury. It would be great to know what kind of thing Belle's expecting to ask her. I would assume it's something about the murder. That or confessing some sort of feelings. That would be a lot easier, if not more ethical. Bernadette Belle re-entered the room for just a moment. Oh. Followed by a formally dressed military man. He's got a bow tie! Heyo. His boots made a loud, crisp sound as he walked. Unless we are graced by more Fae, this is our final guest. Lieutenant Marek Nowak. The man who now darkened the parlor doorway caused Holly to narrow his eyes. You know him? When you've been at sea as long as I have, you know one, you know them all. Nowak shot Clarice a smile. And it's good to see I have some other guests I can recognize. I went to see your first show on a date with the woman who would be my future wife. She loves your work. Oh, how sweet. Have you got yourself someone special? Oh no, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. At least not in real life. Chiafujo? Chiafujo? Aw, a girl as pretty as you. You're very flattering, Lieutenant. But as I said, I'm not really interested. You don't have to come up with excuses. Like I said, you look very... Oh, ho, 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 ho. You cannot afford the Duchess's tea, let alone upkeep her lifestyle. Lifestyle? This man has a fiancé, right? Why is he trying to flirt with the woman? Oh, we got an asshole. I must go. The flock of my flock of peacocks require a good, solid tutting. Maya skipped out of the door. Nowak made to follow, but Faraday moved quickly in the way. Hey, Nowak, didn't you say you were married? What out? What does it matter to you when she is... what does it matter to you who she is or isn't interested in? No one's walking to you, Porky. Oh my god. You're the Porky one, water pig. Whoa! Get him! Get him! Why'd the music stop? Nowak steps toward Faraday, who stared him down right back. The metals on Lieutenant Nowak's chest shifted, opening to reveal a scramble of gargling eyes. Step aside or I'll step on you. Is he an imp? A demon? Faraday's ankle jerked aside at an odd angle and he barely kept it from twisting. His hands trembled. Leave her alone. Luckily for Faraday, Belle chose that moment to return to the parlor. Lieutenant Nowak, I ask you to please not use your imp on my guests. Oh, he's using an imp. It's not that he's the imp. He has imps. Of course, Miss Belle. That's one dangerous creature. They're all dangerous. Not at all. It only makes sure people listen to what they're told. It's essential to have discipline in the military. But we're not in the military. I was just giving him a little scare as a joke. I wasn't gonna do anything. We're all friends here. Marek shoved Faraday a bit roughly, knocking him off balance. Harry managed to catch his arm. Holly, don't make a scene. I don't think I could if I wanted to. What the hell kind of species is that? See, he's fine. So you said all imps are dangerous? Of course, any imp could destroy a man. Well, I assume that means yours is quite ferocious. Because if you had a demon, I'd have to do my duty by the law. I just see things. Nowak gave a low, deep chuckle. I'll be sure to I'll be sure to beware then. Harry cleared his throat and tried to pull his friend aside out of the line of fire. We should probably get we should probably finish getting the place sealed. I'll take my assistant with me. Gave an apologetic smile to Belle. Belle returned it with a warm glance of her own. It shone genuine. Thank you, Dr. Ludiciel. Ludiciel? That Ludiciel? Isn't he under house arrest? Laughter interrupted from outside the parlor. Whatever Noak was about to say, he was soon miles away. His attention had been completely diverted. I'll show you because because I really mean anywhere I'm locked out of. Bam! Thea, so good to see you. Oh my god, the shipwright and the navy man. The sound of Lieutenant Noak's voice, Deleuze froze. Turned to walk right back out the way she came. Oh, Mr. Flowers, need a light for your cigarette? Oh no! You'd be amazed at what I can do with fire. Let's find a big room and I'll show you. Oh my god. Don't set the house on fire, please. Faraday smirked as they left. 2 for 2 with the ladies tonight, huh? Seems like she's not that into you, deckhand. She's just being playful. It's her way. Bro, if every woman turns away from you, it's a you problem. Holly, let's go. Harold picked up his large container of salt and the pair left the room. I want to tie that guy to an anchor and throw him into a raging storm. As far as I could tell, it seemed like Deleuze would probably help you. So would most of my old crewmates. You know, the sailor ratio is off. Is all off here. Too much law. What if we called in some of them? Please don't get us into trouble here, Holly. I promise you weren't going to embarrass me. Sorry, I didn't know it was embarrassing to stand up for yourself. You know what I mean. Don't get in Noak's face and make a big scene. You might not have a spine, but I can still locate mine. An officer like that could actually hurt us. He could hurt you. Fine, I'll try not to rile him up. But if he starts, I can't promise I won't fight back. Mom and the rest of the crew didn't raise me to bow to guys like that. They finished stealing the mansion. They were barely done before it was time for dinner. Vance's carefully chosen seating took some shuffling to fix. Faraday disregarded the name cards as a suggestion and sat down next to Harold. Deleuze switched seats at the last moment, leaving Clarice next to Marek. Oh! Lupine didn't even have a name card. But in the end, the guests all took their seats at the table, the smell of roasted garlic and juicy turkey already floating down the hall. Oh my gosh. Vance wheeled in the cart with a lovely ivy patterned cloth. Atop it was a large tureen of soup. When she opened the lid, a fragrant cloud of steam billowed out of it, and she dished the bowls. Belle glanced to check that everyone had gotten their soup, but started shortly afterward, prompting that the others begin to eat as well. Clarice, I must apologize. I haven't been able to assist in your character workshops. It's quite alright. Thank you for understanding. The rewrites are so extensive. It's my responsibility to get you the best script possible. But the director says that he's assembled the finest cast of his career. People are pretty excited for it, even out of town. I've heard my patrons are talking about it, but the show's a hot topic at the shipyards too. They said you might be touring with the show if it does well? Yes, I always wanted to travel around the country. I may even be around the world. But it's so expensive and scary to do alone. Oh, just imagining that glamorous tour, meeting stars, getting fan letters ferried over the sea just to tell me that would be the dream. A dream come true to have so many people see me perform. Lupine ran his spoon around the bowl, swirling the soup. He made a small whirlpool in it, and the broth splashed over the side. He didn't bring the spoon to his lips. I have a lot to go over this evening, but while we eat, we should try to keep it light. So I think we should ask Goose the question any person would have for someone in their profession. How do you get jobs? You mean jobs? Telling people? Yes! It's not as fun as you're hoping. I had a boss. He told me who to go after. That's it. What do you mean you had a boss? What happened to him? Same thing that happens to everyone eventually. Retirement? Oh, you sweet summer child. He died, Miss Bell. Essentially. So handsome and mysterious. Lupine cooed at Goose. Goose stared down at their soup bowl. Lieutenant Nowak laughed and pointed at the hole in Goose's middle. Well, looking at you, he took a severance package. Goose took their time slurping up some soup before responding. You should have seen the other guy. Huh? Goosey, what's that creep talking about? I'm not all here. I'm partly somewhere else. What? Where? Sold my imp a while back. Like other folks. Left the hole. Mine's kinda hard to hide, though. Hell if I know where the imp is. Hell if I know where the imp is now. Vance called from across the table. Language! Sorry, I'm just saying if I knew where that part was, I would be there too. Lupine leaned back on his chair and let out a loud whine. I'm famished. Someone tell us a good story already. Are you not enjoying the soup, good brother? Anyone have weird family secrets? A saucy romance? A neat gender? Oh. Deleuze finished her first glass of wine. Ludiciel transed his gender. The way to say it. That's amazing. Don't do the pun, Harold. I swear it's not as funny as you. Why, yes. You see, at its core, alchemy is the study of transmuting oneself. Oh no, I think that Mr. Lupine is looking for one of the more unfashionable genders. His throat tightened and Harold squeaked out something so high and soft only Holly could hear it. I want to die! Is Lupine looking for neo-pronoun people? They're out there somewhere. You just need to look, Lupine, don't worry. You can die next week. That's what you said last week. Lupine pouted and crossed his arms. No, give me something else. Something really interesting. Mr. Seance guy, you haven't said much. Tell me your story. The quiet ones always make me curious. Nothing much to tell. Not the modest Ludiciel. Don't be modest, Ludiciel. It would be rude to leave our Fey guest hungry. Though maybe you're worried that he'd throw up your story? Good God, man. Lupine, are you saying you really haven't heard of Professor Ludiciel and the whole scandal? Can't say I have. He basically invented the whole imp craze. It was a mistake, sure, but you can't be that hard on a guy for not knowing all the consequences of your research from the start. I think they're lovely. Imps aren't a mistake. No one is mad at Ludiciel for that. Imps are useful and we can get a good long look at anyone's true self using them. And we can also tell when someone has been lying and waiting to prey upon all the innocent people around them. Especially when they slip up and expose their true nature at an event with thousands in attendance. Oh? What was that? Silverware clattered. Oops! Dropped my damn spoon! Language. As I was saying, everyone used to think highly of Ludikiel. But the city wised up quick when we all saw. Oops! A hand smacked into a bowl, overturning it. Dropped my fucking soup! Language! Faraday flashed Harold a smile. You would. Whoa! Harold could have kissed him. That was, if he hadn't felt suddenly very nauseous. Well then, the gentleman with very pale hair, you must have some stories. You must have some stories. I'm just asking for a little appetizer. Alright. So one time we were up in the Lake of Frost. Coldest I've ever been. I felt like I had ice in my lungs. I had 3 blankets on, yet the frost still got through. The boat was pitching around in the waves, rocking like it was about to flip over. We would have died in the water. It was freezing, but I still finished my research notes and wrote a letter. So you did nothing. It was an excellent letter. I still have it. Doxx skewered something on his fork. It's real cute, the way little guys like that get excited about travel. Hello, Perlita. Perlita, right? That username is kind of confusing. Hello, Dandicious. He goes on one boat, and now he's got a lifetime of naval experience. God damn, the motorcycles in this neighborhood. Hot damn. It was one boat for multiple years, but go on. Noak endured his interjection. Now me. He snorted, chewed twice, and swallowed. I got a whole fleet of ships to surrender. I read about that in the paper. I bet the paper didn't tell you how he did it. Vance barely raised the volume of her voice, what her stern tone carried. No politics at the table, sirs. No offense, but I think you all need to work on your storytelling. If we let them fight, it could make for a good story. Absolutely not. Okay, let me give you a good one. I had this friend. She was in the worst relationship ever, basically. She had a controlling, overprotective father and only, one friend. The friend was basically a nobody. He figured if she married him, she could get out of the house. And maybe her big fancy family name might help him out. You know, get him up a few ranks in the military. Are we talking about Noak? Noak gave a cough. It sounded like a growl of some large beast. I don't think that story is suitable for dinner either. Pine's eyes flitted from Deleuze to Noak and back. That's such a shame for your friend. She needs someone to comfort her. I know just the guy. Deleuze trailed a finger around the rim of her wine glass. Oh, he wouldn't happen to be extremely charming, would he? Oh, he is! Let's talk about something else. I agree. Oh, we're dishing the main course. A large roasted turkey. At Vance's command, a small, razor-thin imp carved neat cuts off the carcass. Why don't we have Debbie tell us about Faye? No! Vance kept her eyes firmly locked on her work. I may have been working from older source books, but it was a long time ago. Embellishment for the sake of the reader is normal. And an artist can find herself sorely limited by facts. Don't you worry, I don't care, I think it's funny. I can tell you've certainly increased the number of people who ask me if I've come from a cabbage patch. And it's great to see the look on their face when I tell them. No! I was born from the little dewdrops on a spider's web, and I carried a little mushroom. I feel like I remember getting that kind of story read to me. They were real popular. But now only kids and old ladies like that stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. You have not seen the cottagecore, fairycore, fantasycore girlies out there. The fairy key, manic pixie dream girls out there who would feel so offended by your face slander. I did start them quite a long time ago. What do you write now? The carving imp went through a bone, gave out a little cry, and Harold flinched at the sound. Oh, you wouldn't understand how frustrating it is to be limited by what readers expect of you. I mean, you could go outside of that comfort zone anytime. Faraday had spent enough time procrastinating on his papers to feel sympathetic. Yeah, writing isn't that easy, but I'm sure you've learned a lot since your early work. I mean, at least your stories are probably better than the first. That boat one is terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right to her face? Am I right? Tearing down one person's work to boost another reflects very poorly on your character. Yeah, real, true. I would agree. I very much agree. Miss Vance, you needn't worry so. Even Miss Bell says that the first one isn't very good. The director and Bell are having to rewrite it completely for the stage show. Oh. Bell laughed good-naturedly and hit a palm down on the tabletop. Yes, it takes some time to find your feet. It's nice that you could take it with grace, Bell. It's not always fun to hear about your first work being called bad, even though you know it's bad and you have accepted it. It's still kind of weird to hear it being like talked badly about. Vance, my darling, please do not put little special thanks credit into the please do put a little special thanks credit into the foreword if you use my mushroom umbrella idea, okay? I don't mind if you use it, but I want proper credit. Vance looked at the end of her rope, embarrassment and annoyance plain in her severe features. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Until the guests were all sitting with plates that were empty and stomachs that very much weren't. Oh, they finished the dinner. Stacked up the plates. The serving imp wheeled away. That had been more fun than I thought it would. But if you all will follow me to the parlor, it's time for the main event. The guests all settled back into the parlor. Belle took a slow, contemplative sip of her sherry. She looked over at Harold, smiling coolly. Have you gathered enough information on Gareth Canterbury, good sir? Friends with a fade. Harold's nerves have been shot all night, but Faraday could see him beginning to ease up. Do we have the thing? What's it? Yeah, I haven't been hearing like the writing thing. The notification sound, writing down on the journal to hear like new stuff being written in the notes. Lupine Flowers, a fae, friends with Canterbury, eats stories. Woo! That's interesting. Big fan of Belle, evil laugh. She's going to make a killer Duchess Baker. I think she's so special. Haha, married to Noak. Bad idea, Dea. Bad idea. Bad idea, Dea. You're the one married to Noak? No way. Deborah Vance. Good publishing connections. Wrote some dusty old children's stories. Mark Noak. Married to Deleuze? Pushy. His imp can force you to do things. Harold's nerves had been shot all night, but Faraday could see him beginning to ease up. Harold has always been the sort of person to comply with what was desired of him. His ruin has been quite a shock to all, but he'd never come close to recovering. Nowadays, people wanted to conveniently forget that Ludiciel existed. They wanted his unsightly little tale to be over. How do you appease the people around you when they'd all, politely, rather you did not exist anymore? Oh, there was a lurking obvious answer, but tonight there was another, much more agreeable way to please the people around him. By conducting a fake seance, and a bit of the old herald was in his eye again. The lecturer, whose pompous sense of self-worth was only outstripped by a genuine awe of those around him. A man with boundless energy for showcasing the things he loved. Sometimes it had been a bit much, it was hard to keep up with him. But for Faraday, Harold's continued assertions on the importance of every little thing may have been fatiguing, but in those bygone days Harold would look over at Faraday, and Faraday would remember that there was someone Harold adored most of all. God damn. Hello, RV. Welcome in. We're doing a fake seance. We're about to conduct a fake seance for this murder mystery game. This line. Holy moly. Holy moly. Also, hello A4. I didn't see you. Oh my god! Kofi bot has just been spamming the chat. Have I said hello yet? I don't remember. Oh my god. My memory. It's getting short term. I've been... What's it called? I've been short-circuiting my brain. Faraday took a sip of his untouched wine. It tasted like vinegar, but his cheeks felt warm and he hoped the glass would hide them. He did his best to enjoy the memory, but to not think about the years that came afterward. And to not think about the years that came afterward. I brought Dr. Ludiciel here for a chance to speak to my good friend Canterbury. I have a lot I want to say to her, but I want to know one thing more than anything. Who killed her? Oh, that's not gonna end well, my dear Belle. I'm going to learn the murderer's name, straight from the ghost of my friend herself. My goodness, Miss Belle. Such a gruesome thing to discuss. Wasn't she burned up? What a horrible way to... Fire? If you recall, Lupine was very much boasting about his ability to deal with fire. This is the only way I'll be getting any valuable information for closure. I know the police in the city. Understandable conclusion. They never solved my father's murder either. Not exactly competent. Belle nodded. Dr. Ludiciel, I give you the floor. Oh my god. Thank you, Miss Belle. Now I will explain how... I must ask, isn't something like this dangerous? That makes me want to try it even more. If I'm nervous, I can hold your hand, Mr. Military Man. You get him! Get him! Hey there. Hold my hand. Oh, Deleuze, I love you. Myers shook her head and clasped her hands. I don't want to be haunted. Harold cleared his throat, and when he spoke, it was with the same warm tone he'd once used to reassure failing students. Oh, my dear, I assure you, every person in this room is under my protection. Faraday found it easy to slip back into the role of assistant professor. He could almost pretend that they were going to go back to their office afterward. Believe me, it's completely safe. I'll need to have you all hold hands. Everything was fine and back to normal. There he was, Dr. Harold Ludikiel, alchemist and professor of demonology. The energy of summoning something like this needs at least 2 people to, dilute the strength. And then old Harry was spouting the most inane bullshit imaginable. The years catching up and descending into him like a collapsing roof. We need to focus our thoughts on people who have died. Miss Bell, and anyone else who knew the victim should try to think specifically of her. Once we all linked hands, imagine Canterbury as vividly as possible. Harold stood up and put out his hands. Faraday took one, and even if reluctantly, the whole party linked hands. Lupine gave Deluce's hand an extra squeeze, and she laughed. Oh. Lupine gave Deluce's hand an extra squeeze, and she laughed. Aw. Even though Deluce is married to some asshole, I'm glad. I'm glad she could at least have some fun. Now we will go around counterclockwise. I want you to each say her name one at a time. I'll start. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Garrett! Ah! What happened? The light went out. Please don't let go of my hand. Who just bumped me? A cacophony of boots and heels and shoes sounded against the floorboards. Get the hell off of me! You're the one clinging to my arm! To my arm! Oh my god. One heavy set of feet seemed to stomp all about the room. Is this supposed to happen? No, I mean yes. Yes, of course, this is all part of the process. Remain Well, if you're all letting go, I'm getting a candle. Please don't. Please don't. I've got you, Harry. There was more fumbling, the sounds of shifting footsteps, someone bumping against the furniture, and finally... Whoop! There he is. The flicker of light. The dim orange flame waved for a moment, suspended above Lupine's extended pinky. He made his way back over. Whoa! What did I click? My god. Okay. He made his way back over to the light switch and switched it on. Both Harold and Noak were clinging to Faraday. He shrugged them off. Deluce had a suspicious grin on her face. Vance was hyperventilating with panic, and Lupine quickly moved to help her to a chair. Goose stood exactly where they'd been before, face uncharacteristically blank. They adjusted their hat. Mars was laughing to herself. Harold suspected that it was more nervous than she'd like to let on. Despite everything, Harold and Faraday were still in the same position, holding hands. In what could no longer be called a circle. The guests looked around, all of them disoriented. Is everything okay? Well, actually, I hate to be a bother, but we have to finish performing this ritual or else Oh no! The demon shark tooth is gone. What? Most of the guests circled around the curio case, leaving Harold and Faraday still standing with their hands clasped. Good heavens! Mr. Ludikiel, didn't you say this place was sealed? It is. And I really have to insist that we finish Can't believe it! Such amazing luck! There had been a trace of tiredness about Belle for most of the evening, but now she seemed invigorated, up the picture of health. Luck? What the hell are you talking about? So lacking in imagination. Belle is a mystery writer, and now she has herself a mystery. I have got to get my notes. With this building completely sealed up, we can solve this little crime right here and right now. It should be fun. What about you finish up? You finish up. I'll be right back. I haven't felt this wonderful for weeks. Oh my god. Belle moved out of the room, muttering excitedly to herself. Actually, I'm not feeling so great. I need a minute to freshen up. They're all leaving. I should do a check around. What if someone's hiding out somewhere? The blind woman is going to do a patrol? Can't solve the mystery if we don't have all the clues. There's a criminal on the loose. No way you're going around this place without someone to protect you. Oh, how horrifying. Someone might take something from my curio cabinet. Deal. Oh. Dia. This is no way to commune with the voices of the dead. He tried to get someone else's attention. We're running out of time to find the killer. Oh! Finally, someone's listening to me. Please retrieve Belle before we lose the mental resonance to... What if that person who left the threat did get in? I need to warn Belle. Oh my god. He hustled out of the room. Harold peered over toward Mars, who was peering toward the door. Please, Miss Mars. You can finish this much faster with just a few more people in the chain. I'm so sorry. If she's gone to get them, I really want to see Miss Belle's notes. I'll be right back, I promise, and I never wanted to see a ghost anyway! Harold looked around. Well, I'm certainly impressed. Is anyone else? Mamaya na! Bago luto ba yan? Ay. Pinainit ko. Gusto mo na tinidor? Tinidor? What the... We got more snacks, Chad. Tignan mo kung magugusto mo. Pag ayaw mo, di ba? Mamaya na lang. Mamaya na lang. Patas ko na lang. Ako na lang. Who's there? Ah! Okay, I'm putting away the snacks for a bit. I wanna play through this. Ah! Lupine hopped from behind a chair. Gotcha! Oh my god. And there he goes too. He sighed, looked at the empty room, then at Harold's hands. On the bright side, I don't think they're going to notice you can't summon ghosts. I brought 3 stray imps from home. Had a whole light show prepared. I'd almost finished unsealing their vessel. It was going to look astounding. But now, let's just reinforce the seal and be done with it. Really just sealing and unsealing with you, huh? What else am I good for? A cheery little line killed the conversation dead. The pair slowly finished their work. Sort of forgot how stressful it was to be around so many people. Yes, I am a bit out of practice. We'll get through the night. At least we know neither of us stole the thing. I suppose that's true. Of course it is. You have to let go of my hand since you haven't let go of my hand since you took it. You know, maybe having invited the thief to their party will make me look better. You know, by comparison. Oh, Harry, you are really depressing sometimes. If I'm so depressing, why don't you walk away with the others? Well, I would, but leaving you once caused so much fuss. If leaving you once caused so much fuss, then I'd hate to see... scream rang out. What now? As they stepped from the parlor, Faraday and Harold could smell a putrid, singed odor. There was more than one scream, and they were able to follow the sound down the hallway. Descending into the boiler room, they gathered at the source of the noise and were confronted by an inconsolable Vance. The once stern woman was doubled over, next to a charred body laying in the furnace. Clarice burst straight into tears. Holly found himself compelled to move over to touch her arm gently. He turned them both to look away from the gruesome scene. Deleuze held her nose, jaw set in a tight grimace. Goose offered her their handkerchief, and she accepted it with a grim nod, holding it to her face. Faraday shot Lupine a nervous look, but it seemed that the twist in the plot was not to his taste. Noak looked toward Deleuze. Harold alone continued to stare at the body. From far away, it simply looked like an unidentifiable charred corpse, but it might be Madame Belle. Up close, could recognize the musculature of a likely female form, large drops of metal that were once buttons arranged along the torso in a V shape. The silhouette of a brow and nose he'd seen so often in the papers. There was just enough left of her to identify. Their host, Bernadette Bell, was dead. Already? Immediately? Did anyone see who did this? Come face to face with the victim. No, just heard the scream. Clarice wailed and clung onto Holly. Why would anyone do something like this? And usually someone with something to gain, or people who do it for money. Don't look at Goose. Don't look at my boy Goose like that. My pal Goose like that. They don't have anything to do with this. I don't think. Goose would never. I believe them. They're innocent. Noak flicked his gaze toward Goose, who had walked over next to the Fae, leaning down to whisper. They looked up and stood to full height, looming over the rest of the guests. It wasn't hard to imagine this tower of a person picking up poor Belle and shoving her into the furnace. It's pretty obvious. Merrick is the military. Killing people for money isn't beyond him. Dia, there is a hitman right there. There was no bounty on this lady, trust me. Vance rose to her feet, pointing an accusing finger to the rest of them. I've had it! One of you did this! Vance dissolved into tears. Shouldn't we call the police? Harold pinched the bridge of his nose. They can't get in until sunrise. The house is still sealed. Can't you just unseal it? Not this one. I am much better at sealing things up than letting them out. I think your ritual did this to her. That's not how it works. Jeez, lady, you think Harry here can spontaneously combust people from 2 rooms away? If he had that kind of ability, he sure as lightning wouldn't be getting treated with this much disrespect. Settle down, Holly. He's just upset. It's normal to be irrational. Irrational? How dare you? As sketchy as he is in his personal life, jumping to conclusions doesn't help anyone. There's something else going on here. Of course you feel safe. You've got all the strong men wrapped around your finger. Excuse me? Not a man. Yes, we're all very aware that one of them's your husband. You've been flirting with the other all night. Maybe if we can question you all and check for evidence, then we can figure this out. I don't want to be locked in here with a murderer. Have no fear, little miss. I'm more than happy to stand guard until morning for you. Look who's flirting now. And next to a dead body. I'm appalled by that accusation. Protecting a lady isn't flirting. It's just the right thing to do. Parties are supposed to be... And parties are supposed to have flirting. Parties and flirting are hand in glove. If anything is inappropriate here, it's the murder. Maybe we should be in separate rooms. Not that I'm worried. I could fight off any one of you. Really helping your case over here. Really helping your case over there. Give us some space to examine the body. Don't touch her. I don't think we can without the whole thing crumbling into a pile of ashes. Faraday knew before the words even left his mouth that it was precisely the wrong thing to say. With a mighty sob, Vance pushed past the rest of the group and rushed up the stairs. Harold decided to take control of the situation. Listen up! We will all stay right here in this room. I will go get Miss Vance and we will wait in here until morning. Not a soul touches the crime scene. There is likely one killer, and against all of us, surely logic and communal thirst for justice will win out. Yeah, no. I'm holding myself up in a room by myself until morning. I'm seriously going to lose it if I have to spend one more minute in this smell. Or in this company. He left, quickly followed by a protesting Noak. They were married. Harold's second attempt to keep the guests together was equally successful as the first. Soon only he and Faraday remained. Perhaps they have the right idea. Let's see if this house has a wine cellar. I'm not going to get paid tonight. Let's use this opportunity to be astonishingly expensive drunks. Harry, it's up to us to figure this out. You saw all that. We can't trust any of them. Only you and I were in the parlor when the murder happened. Any of the rest of them could have done it. I am running on empty. I cannot emotionally handle any more. So if you want me to keep going, I need a good reason. Any reason, as long as it's good. Faraday glared at him. Belle was a good person, even when the other guests were awful to you. She was always nice. She didn't hire you for a parlor drink. She trusted you with the memory of her friend. She might be the only person left in the city who actually respected you. Are you not one of them, Faraday? Are you not one of them? Are you going to hide like a big baby because you don't want to get your feelings hurt? Or are you going to act like a decent man? Like the decent man I know is still in there somewhere. Rebel. There we go. I know you weren't a complete piece of garbage. Just mostly... just a significant percentage. The pair approached the furnace solemnly and crouched down to look carefully at what clues they could find. Oh man, another burnt corpse. Mystery? Oh my gosh. Faraday stood back as Harold inspected the body. Are we sure that it's Belle? Maybe it's a different body. A fake or something. Decency forbids I give any details. But I can confirm that this corpse is, without question, Miss Bernadette Belle. Decency? This is a murder investigation. Get in there and really look. Would you care to do the honors? Faraday stepped forward, but the lingering smell of burning hair was too much for him. I can't. It would be better, emotionally, if she'd been charred beyond recognition. But yes, I can still tell that it's her. He went pale, finally turned away from the grisly sight. You understand? Combined skill set is not the same as an investigator or a consulting detective. We can still observe and deduce, but we'll have to do so without the post-mortem. Couldn't we at least move her out of there? No! Do not touch the body. We can't. She would disintegrate. His gut seized up. He clenched his teeth and waited for the anger to abate. Then he continued. We cannot move her. She would fall apart if we attempted to. Faraday gave the ground a helpless kick. All we can do is keep the furnace off and hope that the authorities can find something we can't. You know, this is the same way Canterbury died. There's no way this isn't related. It's highly suspicious, but it could merely be a coincidence. Faraday raised his eyebrows and at Harold. Maybe it's somewhat likely that the two friends who both worked at the same place were killed in the same manner by the same killer. Brilliant. A bold claim. You really aren't a detective, are you? Is that the diner cart? Or would it be down here? It doesn't have food on it. Everything looks better when it has food on it. Do you think I look better if I wore a fruit hat? What? Nothing, just a thought. What? Huh. Small piece of fabric, but it doesn't match anything Belle was wearing. If we find where it came from, we might know more. Anything else besides this guy? Last thing. Is that a pile of soot? Why is it so far away from the furnace? How? Was it sharp? Are you listening to me? I can't stop working even if I'm dead. I have so much to do. I worked too hard for this all to be for nothing. What? What? What are these choices? I worked too hard for all this to mean nothing. Hand me that notebook. I feel like I have to write. Right now. He immediately started scribbling. What are you doing? But his left jerked the book out of his hand. Put a hand to his temple. Oh, thank you for that. Shook his head, clearing it out. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Was that a stray imp? Half right. I believe that was Belle's imp. I should have recognized it. Creative imps usually do have a spike or spines of some kind. They push their users to keep working. Different people are motivated by different things. Some people write out of a fierce desire to change the world, some draft out of spite, which always ends up poisoning the user. By the looks of it, Belle's sense of self-worth was tied to her writing. An imp with this many spines was likely stinging her constantly, encouraging her to write. Something like that would be pretty useful for getting research papers done. It really isn't the worst sort of imp to have, but just like any imp, if it got bigger, you let the pause linger. Faraday swallowed. New notes? New notes? Or something? Harry, if you're reading this, the train one is great. Published her first story under the pen name Deceased. Wasn't them married to Noak? Alright, there's no notes. There's no extra notes. Faraday swallowed. I'll go get it then. We'll seal it back at home. We'll seal it up back at home. Put it with all the other strays. Aww! It's called a stray? When the demon no longer has their human? Their imp? Faraday tried to locate it, but it was already gone. It got away. Well, it's someone else's headache now. I see. Oh, there's one thing here. A lump of metal. I think I know what it is. You remember that key in your sleeve? The one for her office. Barely enough shape. Enough to tell for certain that it is her office key. We're done here. We should check up on her office. Okay. More notes. What the hell, man? Where do I find the new notes? Where do I find the new notes? Orientation desperate. I can't get over that. Bernadette Bell. There's nothing. I don't think. I haven't saved. Quick save. Save. Let's lay out what makes sense. It would make the most sense if the murderer knew the layout of the house because they would need to know about the boiler room. It's hard to tell who might have been here before for sure, or who might have arrived early, or snuck away to get a good look at the house. Looking at this fabric again, Faraday held up a small piece of burned ivory-colored fabric. I feel like I recognize it. I think that's the fabric on the dining cart. You should. We saw it at the dinner. Yeah. It was the cloth that was on the dinner cart. Oh. I remember because I thought it was tastefully in season. There'd been a movement towards more plant decoration lately. Very in vogue. What does that even mean? Doesn't matter. The cloth is burned up, which means someone chose to burn it. Why would they do that? I have to assume that the person who burned it also burned Belle, so it might have been evidence on it. Might have had evidence on it. Makes sense. Well, let's get moving. We won't solve anything sitting around here. I'll start a to-do list. To-do list. We're finished speaking with... Oh! Okay, that's the objective list. It's blank. I won't know what we're doing until we ask around first. Why doesn't asking around count as something to do? If I have to be awake to do it, it counts as doing something. Quit complaining, pick a room. Music room? The parlor? No. We found the loose in the music room. On the north wall is a massive pipe organ. Go away. I'm looking for snacks. Nah, you can't find snacks here, Miss Deleuze. Why in here? Don't you think you're in... I know where I am. I'm in a room with a massive pipe organ. I got a better look around than either of you did. But you didn't even know there was a music room here. Let alone a massive organ pipe. No, I suppose not. Where were you when Belle was murdered? Seems like you'd solve this easily by just summoning her ghost and asking her. I actually, funny story about that. So that whole seance thing was a heavy load. You have to give it to him. It sounded pretty convincing. Can't wait to tell people you're a total fraud. Harold prepared to apologize. Faraday cut him off. Did your very rich father die under very questionable circumstances? And you design and sell so many ships now. That seems kind of lucky for you. Maybe Harry decides for his next trick, he's gonna summon the ghost of your father to talk about who might have killed him. This threat was barely veiled, but something... this threat was I can't talk! Holy moly. Barely veiled, but instead of getting upset, it seemed to excite Deleuze. Oh, but you already said he can't summon ghosts. Why would people believe his lie over mine? Harold noted her reaction and smirked. Doesn't matter. If there's even a whiff of scandal, somebody's going to come looking for it. Maybe I'd be laughed out of society again. But the press would learn your dirty little secret. I'd take you down with me, Miss Deleuze. Deleuze laughed. Chipper. Point taken. Looks like I can't win against a very legitimate seance doer. Anyway, I was upstairs when the murder took place. Oh! By myself. Very convincing. Why did you tell the truth? All by myself. How'd you get in here? I don't think the door was open. While we were sealing the manor, and there's no windows or other exits. Locks aren't usually a problem for me. That makes you a bit suspicious in my book. Look! Belle was promising to put my ship design into her next book. Was even going to be the setting for the whole story. Had the opposite of a motive. That would have been a story about a murder. Who would want to buy a boat that had a murder on it? Fictional murders are classy and fun. People aren't usually bothered about the context, just hearing the name would get them interested. Exactly, glad you're catching on, Ludicchio. I would have had a design featuring heavily in the mystery. It would have sold even more than I already do. People could come for tours. Goddamn, even the cars are loud. Her being dead is bad for business, simple as that. And you know, she was kinda a nice person. You suspect anyone? Look into my human barnacle, Marek. He likes to screw things up for people, and if it's me who's involved, even more so. Screw things up? Sabotage business deals before. Project with Bell would have meant maybe even getting international attention. He would be furious if I got more opportunities. I'm already out of his league and he's only getting farther behind. Not a shock he would cheat to try to catch up. I think he would really take it this far? Absolutely. I won't lie and say I would be disappointed to hear it was his doing. I won't lie and say that I would be disappointed to hear it was his doing. Did you see anything? I did hear something when the lights went out. A lot of people were moving when they started panicking, but Goose moved over and opened the case. I could hear the whole thing. Can you be sure of that? Goose was standing next to Myers and me during the seance. I heard Myers say that someone let go of her hand, and I could tell when Goose let go of mine. I know that because I am me, so Goose was on the loose. Then someone with a heavy step ran over to the back of the room and the cabinet door opened. Goose has a really heavy step. Big folks like that usually do. Marek has a heavy step too, but he's got those awful metal custom shoes. So he sounds different when he walks. Lily shrugged. You could hear all that even with the commotion? If there's shenanigans going on, you couldn't tear me away. Alright. Now to return to important business. Still haven't found those snacks. Next up, the office. It wouldn't budge. Okay. She locked it. We did find the key, but it was melted. We need to find another way in. To-do list. Go to Goose to admit that they took the tooth. Confront Nowak with his motive. Okay. Dining room. There was a figure sitting on the windowsill, curled up and still in the moonlight. Oh, I see. A figure was poring over a thick sheaf of paper. What a difference that makes. Oh. Shoving the papers into a decorative pillow. Miss Myers? What are you both doing here? We only wanted a moment of your time. Where were you? I was in here. I really love the decorations. During the time was in the second. So let's see. Deleuze was in the second floor, and Miss Myers was in here, the dining room. A lot of things from her own house into the story as Duchess Baker's style and taste. Was trying to absorb inspiration. Didn't Belle say it was the parlor that was styled like Duchess Baker's room? Oh ho ho ho. Everything you see is part of my method. Okay. Please stay safe while you investigate. I'll stay here. She left it unspoken that she would stay in the dining room, where she assumed it was much safer. Kitchen? Miss Vance! When they reached the kitchen, sitting with a stool and a small notebook. Her hands were fiercely trembling, but she seemed to be forcing herself to write. Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave. I will not casually chat with Belle's killer. Why are you accusing them? Madam, we are all under suspicion. I still believe that we have more to gain by working together. I decline. If you won't answer our questions, I just assume you did it. Very well. Ask your questions, then be gone. Where were you? stood up from the stool, hunched over a small notebook with a black fountain pen. I was looking for her up in her office, but she wasn't there. I started to look around the other parts of the house, then I finally saw her in the boiler room. My composure failed. I admit that I screamed when I saw her. After that, I came in here, feel safer in the kitchen with the kitchen imps to protect me. The imps? They're plenty strong. So don't get any funny ideas. I just need to wait for morning. And the long nightmare will be over. Who would have the motive to do this? All of them! I saw that she'd received that threat. One of the guests is a hitman that barely shows their face. They're clearly hiding something. I feel like that alone is more than enough evidence for the police. So if you want my opinion, Goose is clearly a red herring. You mean to think Goose is a ruse? A ruse, Goose! Because they are not the only killer here tonight. She shot Harold a particularly venomous look. Feeling guilty? Should be. Everything went wrong as soon as you started trying to summon that ghost. Hey, I know you're upset, but Harry didn't do anything wrong. Clearly did, you saw it yourself. The lights went out, she was robbed and murdered. I have heard the rumors about you, Ludicchio. Everyone has been tiptoeing around the subject, but I really don't understand. How is a man with a demon allowed to roam freely? The same way as any good, respectable citizen. Hey, don't you guys all have your own demons? Your imps? I keep to myself. You know. The rumors of what my demon did has been incredibly embellished in the retelling. I suppose you must have used the last of your good connections, and I'll trust the word of my associates, thank you. Not a word of a wash-up like you. Okay, madam. Okay, madam. I'm sorry. Eric, quit apologizing for waves you didn't make. Away with you. Alright, last up. Parlor. Hello, Lieutenant Nowak. Where is Goose? We have a few questions. Oh, this'll be rich. Where were you? I don't have to cooperate with you. You're both, frankly, beneath me. Okay. What the hell am I going to get out of answering questions for you? Your innocence. We are all under suspicion here. If you comply with the investigation, you will be proven innocent. You will be able to prove your innocence. A warm, fuzzy feeling of human decency for solving an innocent person's murder? Pass. Wow. Wow. Asshole. Now get lost. God damn. The sound of his order, Faraday's legs gave another unwieldy twist. With shuddering, contorted steps, both he and Harold stumbled out of the door. God damn. Faraday was on the ground in a heap. How unpleasant. But as we both know where we are, it seems that his imp doesn't force us to take his words literally. So if that's how it works, I don't care how it works, I'm gonna kick his teeth in. We're not kicking any teeth anywhere until we learn how his imp works. More importantly, the investigation goes nowhere until we question him. Let me think. Eyes tend to be found on an authoritarian imp. People conscious of the control others exhibit. Through the social gaze. Yes, people's imps manifest eyes to watch and judge them. Noak doesn't seem to care at all what anyone else thinks of him. Maybe it's a repressed fear. You're projecting that, I think. Smartass. But seriously, if he were scared of how others perceived him, he'd keep his imp hidden. But he wears his like a literal badge of honor. You're a genius. Been a long time since you called me that. I've seen an imp like his before. Very common among police officers. When one is intimidated by the officer using it, then they are compelled to follow the officer's orders. So all we have to do is not be scared. Well, I can't help it. Trying to stand up to him, but he What do you want? What do you want? Unnerves me. What are you going to do? Switch cases. We need to think. We need to turn our thinking around. But we could have returned to the mystery of the missing wine cellar. Oh no. Don't worry, Holly. It's not so bad to give up. In fact, the more you do it, the easier it gets. With a little practice, you can give up on everything at all for days at a time. I just had an idea. But you're not going to like it. Or would you even say it? We're at a disadvantage if everyone else is using their imps, and we're not using ours. I hardly see you taking off your glasses is supposed to... No. Or just to unseal yours temporarily. I think we'd have our Noah problem solved. Oh yes, one problem solved and one even bigger issue left behind. Not thrilled about this either, but this is for Belle, isn't it? But she might punch that guy's lights out, which I would find super gratifying to watch. Look, you won't be losing social standing with this dude. He already hates your guts. He might even respect you more after she punches him. Extremely unlikely. Can never be sure. Be honest with me, can you handle this? Tonight already sucks, I'll survive, so please. Holly groaned, put a hand up to his mouth, looking vaguely ill. Please. I want to see her. Waves of revulsion rippled through Harold's abdomen, and he doubled over. Nausea gripped him, and he fought to swallow back all the saliva suddenly filling his mouth. But he just said... Giving up was easier the more practice one got, and in a sheer effort of lack of will, Harold gave up. Stomach lurching, Harold vomited himself inside out. It was not a metaphor. Soon there was a big mess lying on the ground, but it was not roast turkey and soup. It was a figure. Although she was not human, she has been around too long and grown from too many of Harold's repressed feelings. The public considered imps to be something they could control. An imp would not talk back. The public would not refer to her as an imp. To them, she was a demon. But the two gentlemen called her Maggie. Holy moly! Hello! Maggie hopped on her feet, squealing with glee. Holly, you asked for me! I knew it! I knew you would want to see me eventually! She opened her arms wide and her eye vein pulsed with joy. Here I am, just for you! Yay! I know you're having a bad night and I'm going to protect you. Do you know just how badly I've wanted to throw my arms around you? Let me wrap you up. I'll never have to let go, and nobody can ever hurt you. Not ever again. No thanks. Let's just question Noah and get this over with, okay? Maggie jumped, waggling a finger. You know what I want from you first. Maggie bared her sharp teeth. Faraday shrunk, but he wasn't fast enough. First, I want to see your notebook. I love looking at it. Good God. Whoa! Oh, it was Maggie's writing then. Holy Faraday. Kisses for your cheek, mwah. Hardworking, clever, speaks his mind, handsome and huggable. Oh, she likes. Shut up, you lazy shitbag. I will give him a smooch. Harold and Maggie. He, him, and she, her. Is that allowed? I want all the genders, gimme. Full sideburns though. I'm sad because I'm garbled. Jerk, true. Usually intoxicated, yup. Holly, you're so smart. Holy. Alright, is there any extra notes? No. Not yet. Giggling to herself, it's been so long since he let me hold it. Harry and I read through it all the time when you were gone. There. She handed it back to him. You're not going to... Oh, are you disappointed? Maybe thought you'd get a big ol' smooch out of the evening? No, I remember what you told me. Maggie, I don't like it when you hold me tight like that. Maggie, your spit is literally acid, don't kiss me. We can keep taking it slow, no worries. PDA is off limits at a murder scene. This is an absolute rule. Unless you really want to blow off the investigation. Just get drunk and canoodle in the wine cellar. Very romantic. Oh, Maggie. You're always so much. But Harry really looked at it all the time. Of course. Things got so much worse when you left. He kept stuffing more and more and more of himself in me. Because we're a disgusting, awful person. I tried to be good and let him have me removed. But I just hate being so gross. He really made our body look so much better. And I like using that one instead of this thing. Because I'm disgusting and inconvenient, and if I would just go away forever, we could be a normal person again and people would like us. Oh my god, this is all of Harold's insecurities bundled up into a nice little demon. Even if you left, I always believed that you still cared. I thought about you so much more than Harry did, more with each passing day. Oh my god. I looked at your journal every day. You have to know that, Holly. I would even smell it, just hoping some trace of you was still left in the pages. Ugh. Please, can we question Noak now? Maggie's demeanor was wild and full of pent-up drive, but Holly's unenthusiastic response evaporated all her excitement in short order. Fine. Maggie walked over to the door, gave the side of her head a casual smack with the heel of her palm. She muttered to herself, I'm not cringy. Harold Edwin Ludicule. Aww. You're cringy. Aww. Maggie opened the door to the parlor and Holly followed her in, giving her a generous amount of space. Noak recoiled as he saw her. It's that thing from the ambassador's ball. He turned to Faraday. Did Ludicule decide that he hadn't had enough ruin? Or... Hey! I'm not here to explain myself. Not even really here to solve that murder. But I heard you bullying my Holly. Hey? Quit hiding, Ludicule. Only a coward hides behind his imp. You are a coward, hiding behind your imp. Making people leave the room because you don't want them questioning you. In this one, you really should have kept locked up. An ugly imp is the sign of an ugly soul. This isn't even remotely how it works. Just for the record. Maggie was positively glowing. Holly, you stood up for me! I wasn't standing up for you, I was standing up for Harry. Same diff. Anyway. You think I'm ugly? That's nothing compared to what your face will look like. You don't start apologizing to my Holly. Now! She sucked in her cheeks and spat a wad of bright green something on the floor. It's acid! Just long enough to burn a coin-sized hole into it. Tried to employ his imp, eyes flashing. Get away from me, freak! Maggie threw back her head and laughed, striding forward and staring him dead in the eye. You want me to boo-hoo and cower? You want me to nod like a good little boy? That part of me is stuffed in the broom cupboard like the silly nerd he is. With her free hand, she dug her knuckles into her temple. And he'll shut up and let me do my job! If he doesn't want me to come out later and snap his fountain pen collection in half. She turned her attention back toward Noak. Speaking of the increasing odds of snapping things in half, say sorry to Holly. Say he's perfect just the way he is. Maggie, you're taking it too far. Not even about me, I just want him to... Shh, Holly. We need to hear him. Noak lifted his arm, intending to backhand Maggie, but she caught his blow before it could reach her cheek. Oh, the lad wants the brawl now, does he? No. He kicked at her. Her grip was tight as steel. Unfortunately, his boot toes were tipped with steel, too. Dug into her side, she dropped her knees. Oh my god. Don't move and shut up. Grabbed Maggie by the hair and lifted her. I suppose the case is closed now, isn't it? Ludicule the demon ran amok. Ludicule's demon ran amok and started killing people. Lucky for all involved, Lieutenant Noak was there to put it down. Maggie's scalp was in a fair amount of pain, but both her hands were free. She took aim, pulled back a curled fist, and punched Noak in the shoulder. Maggie did not have steel-tipped fingers, but there was, traditionally, a reason why humans feared demons. When her blow made contact with Noak's shoulder, something popped. Ah! It dislocated her Maggie dislocated his shoulder! Oh, they both fell on the floor. Noak clutching his arm. Yeah, you're right, Harry. Would have been way easier to just apologize in the first place. But not half as fun. You okay, Holly? He nodded. Looked at Noak. Now you be nice to him and answer his questions. If you're nice, I'll pop that shoulder back into the socket for you. Ah, fine. Maggie lined up her hands along Noak's shoulder and muttered, I mean, we spent a lot more time studying demon anatomy than human anatomy. What, all the same, right? What? She popped the bone back into the socket. Noak did his very best not to cry. Maggie gave him a friendly clap on the shoulder. The injured one. Oh yeah, almost forgot. So I stood up to you? Does that mean I have earned your begrudging but earnestly felt respect? Noak looked up at her and, without letting go of his injured shoulder, used his hand to make a rather obscene gesture. He flipped him off. Long shot anyway. Yeah, long shot anyway. How about you? You respect me more now, right, Holly? Sure. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'll beat up whoever you want. I'll beat up whoever you want me to, okay? You can call my name and I'll come running. Oh my god. Be back in a moment to question you, Noak. Time to return to becoming Herald. Holly! You took me out to a nice dinner, and I even got to protect your honor. Faraday followed her out, exasperated. You assaulted a guy that might go after us later. Potato. Not exactly my ideal date, but why quibble? Nice to have someone who's willing to be seen with me. She closed her eyes and pursed her lips. You can kiss me goodnight. Come on, you're head over heels for me. I knew you wanna. She didn't open her eye or change her posture, but she did give an impatient little hop. Sweep me up my feet, you soft, handsome devil. He couldn't look at her. I've told you before, I have feelings for someone else. But that's not... It's Harold, not Maggie, that Holly is interested in. So don't you worry. I'm just as much Harold as Harold is. Maggie frowned, wilting. I'll get changed into something more comfortable, shall I? Started to walk away. Hey, Maggie, Don't worry, cutie. I'm just heading down the hall for a minute. No one likes watching someone throw up. Okay. Harold walked back down the hallway, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Tastes like a niece and resentment. 100 apologies for her behavior. You know, after all this, if you want to talk, she's a bit much for me, but you, as I've said before, just ignore anything she says. God damn. Why would you just talk with him already? God. Don't dwell on it. muttered something to himself before turning his attention back to the door. Shall we? Stubborn. They returned to the parlor, feeling more optimistic. So, where were you? Where were you? I was with Dia in the hallway. She said that she heard someone moving around upstairs. Didn't she tell you that? No, she didn't. Noak gave a deep, fatigued sigh. She's sighing to frame me. Very aspirational. To have a marriage where your wife wants you to get framed for murder. Did you see anything suspicious? I saw Clarice run past us up to get to the stairs. Yeah, she did have papers with her. Then maybe she went down to the dining room to read up. She'd be in such a hurry. Do we confront him with his motive? Let's save. If that doesn't go well, I'm save scumming. Deleuze claims you had a reason to kill Belle. She says you were trying to sabotage her. Having a motive doesn't mean I did it. Don't make us get her to come back. Look. If Dia says I wasn't with her, then that means she has no alibi either. She has a history with murder. I don't want to get her into any trouble. I say she was with me. It's on her for saying I wasn't. And hey, if Dia gets the rap for this, maybe she'll need me to speak at the trial. Wait, you know what? I take back what I said. I was completely alone. Let her come crawling back. Oh my god. I suppose a judge could strike testimony from the record. But this isn't a court case. You're just talking to two guys. Two guys who know that you and Deleuze have an alibi. You're no fun. I think we're done here. But only if you fear him. Miss Deleuze? Nothing else. Let's talk to Deleuze again. Welcome back. How long has it been? Been like minutes. Couldn't you stay not here? So nice while you weren't here. Now return to my important business. Okay, let's talk to Clarice. What were you doing on the stairs? Stairs? Merrick said he saw you running on the stairs. Is he sure? I'm sure that the death is going to put your stage show even more in the spotlight. You really want to travel and get famous that badly? Of course not. I no longer hold back and burst into tears. I'm sorry! I didn't think anyone would even know. I was on the stairs because I took the manuscript from the first story out of Belle's office. She probably had it out to write the play adaptation. I just really wanted to see it. I honestly thought I could run down here and look through it without anyone seeing me, and then run back up to put it back. Belle's office door was open. I snuck in there after an imp left. Thought it was a cleaning imp, but the place was a mess. Huh. I heard that scream. I shut the door behind me, hid the manuscript, went to find out what happened. I was going to put it back. Why would you do that? Sounds stupid and embarrassing, but I'm a big fan who completely overstepped my boundaries. I'm so ashamed. Can't even apologize to Miss Belle for this. In the dining room. We still haven't found where the fairy is, the fae. Where's the manuscript now? It's in the windowsill right over there. I really was in here after that. After that, I promise. I understand if you don't believe me after what I did. You should take this. I'm sick of just thinking about it. If you can summon Miss Belle's ghost, please tell her I say I'm sorry. I'll do that. Feeling deeply awkward, she seemed genuinely upset. I want to believe her. I want to believe no one killed Belle, but we have to be skeptical. For example, look at the manuscript. Constance's Little Bear story first. As really neat as it is to be holding it for real, I could swear Belle said she wrote in blue ink. This is black ink. People lie all the time, and for the weirdest reasons. Sometimes it's just really hard to tell what to believe. It seems like everyone here has something they're hiding, but so do I. I can't judge. There's a bathroom. You can go to the bathroom. Okay. Who's in the bath? Occupied by a large occupant. Goose, why are you here? It was a tight fit, all three of them standing inside. Are you alright? Yeah, it's nothing. Trying to figure out what happened. As a matter of fact... Where were you? I was in here the whole time, yes. Goose's hat slipped even further over their eyes. They looked clammy. I feel sick. That does seem believable. Why did you steal from the curio case? I didn't steal anything. Lilu said she heard you do it. She's wrong. It's really cramped in here. Please leave. Okay. Check the office again. Still locked. Let's ask Deleuze. We need your help. Everyone seems to... Please. Well... We need your help. Everyone seems to. Please, well... Guess I don't have a lot to do at the moment. You two are too chumpy to have committed any murders. Chumpy. Thank you. Just don't get your demon out or whatever. I heard that it melted a guy's wife's hand off. In a jar of acid. At a party. That's a new one. Said you can break locks. My imp won't let me get locked into any place. So technically, sure. If I can frame it right. My imp won't get me locked into any place? Dia's imp looked like a large metal key. It scampered free of her pocket, tears rolling down its handle. It pushed firmly against the door. Despite its small size, the door pushed smoothly open. The imp muttered through tears as it pushed. Let me out, let me out. You okay? Why wouldn't I be? Just does that? Like I said, imps are weird. What they say doesn't mean anything. It does, though. Does, though. As you can tell from, Sir Lucidi... I can't pronounce his name anymore. Sir Harold. His demon. Thank you, Mr. Luce. Is that all you need? Then I'm off. Snacks are calling. Alright. God damn. Scorch marks on the carpet, a mess of papers that were not scattered in their previous visit to the room. I think the Fae and Miss Deleuze tried to play with fire in this room. Several cabinets were open. The mess made it difficult to know where to look first. This place is a mess. Why me? My set's better than Deleuze, but not by much. No. Use, you know. I can't do that here. You said I had to do this for Belle. So Holly, can't you do this? At least to solve her murder? Stand back or go in the hallway or something. Sure. True sight. Burned up with her. Almost none of it is left. Not salvageable. What if you climbed that and fell backwards and just broke your head open? Almost nothing left on top except for a few pens and blue ink stains. Will the next person who owns this desk even know who Belle was? Or the script too. Hours and hours, all ashes. I wonder if it will never get made because of this? What will happen if it's gone forever? Pulled open and something is missing. Something that belongs here is gone. Won't be able to find it if it's not in this room. What if that's the whole reason she was murdered? Imagine just running at the glass and trying to jump out. Harry's seal would push me back. It would save me without even knowing. Anything else? Scorch marks. Burn mark on the ground, one on the ceiling. She died right here and nobody heard it. Did she just combust? Would I just burn up like that? Could Harry? Oh. Death is so senseless. People are gone so fast. You piece of shit. How many times have you run away? Could have done something with your life. What? You're the most pathetic loser. A man with no impact might as well have never existed. Belle wrote thousands of words more than you ever will. What? Now she's dead and her work will outlive her. What work have you done? You don't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing you ever do will be worth any— What? At least Harry has done something. You're too broken to finish a single thing. He's too good for you. If you die, not a single person will care or what? Stop that, bro! He tried to keep looking, but the room felt bigger every second, trying to swallow him. Incomprehensible. His whole life felt like it was something he wished he could forget. His failures, his unfinished work, they all felt like 1,000 pounds manifesting themselves in his chest. He stared at the room and every single object. Saw the terribleness of a cold, uncaring world that would burn or fade or rot. The room reminded him of how he didn't deserve to be here or anywhere. He was worthless. He lost control of his breathing and the world felt like a stage he wasn't even on. His heart raced and his face contorted into pained, gasping sobs. He couldn't make words. Struggled to stay standing or catch his breath. Holly, I'm coming back in. Harold moved close, wanting desperately to make it stop and to put his arm around his shaking friend, even though his arms arched to hold him, hoping that protective feeling would reach him. But he waited for permission. Faraday's voice was just a series of gasping sounds, but between them he managed to strangle a word. Oh, okay. Oh. Harry pulled him into a hug and Faraday burst into tears. He moaned and tried to catch his breath between wordless, pained utterances. I'm sorry. I'm right here, Holly. Harry's arms were tight around him, the pressure familiar. Holly wanted to sink deeper into the grip, to fall back through the years to when this embrace had been his. Fall back through the years to when this embrace had been his on a whim. Even now, Holly could feel an awkward curl in Harry's fingertips. Hands once so comfortable with his body now didn't quite know what to do. What is their history? Holy moly! What did you find out? Faraday took back a bitter laugh. Right, back to work, huh? Sorry. This isn't exactly a thing I do regularly. Right. Hopefully it was something important. You're really awful at comforting, you know? Sorry. No. Let's just stay here for a minute. That's enough. He almost felt Harry pull away, but with a sudden, fierce affection, his arms wrapped tighter. There was a lot he wanted to say, but he bit back every single one of those words. After a couple of minutes, Holly found it easier to breathe, and they got back to work. The murder took place here. That burn mark. That's where she died. I am very much suspecting the Fae, and I think Deluge invited that Fae here because Lupine was not on the guest list. And Lupine was the one who could wield fire. It wasn't in the boiler room, and whoever did it also burned up the entire final draft of her play. I'll get that written down. So, I mean, it would have been a bit obvious already, I think, even without Faraday's ability. If you looked at the crime scene, you could tell. Where is it? Miss Bernadette. Where's the notes? Is it in the to-do list? Lupine. Her imp can get her into locked spaces. I'm starting to suspect Dea. I'm starting to suspect Dea was colluding with Lupine to replace the manuscript for the play that was going to be for the thing that was going to be featuring one of her designs. Where to next? We said everything we need to say to Deleuze, so let's head back to the hall. Okay. Let's talk to Vance again. Come to bother me again. Why would someone burn the script or play? That's a horrible thing to do. I had no idea it was burned. She'd been working on it tirelessly. It's almost completely gone. I doubt anyone can use it. I'm sorry. Even if all her notes are gone, I have to go back to the originally published version. I'll make sure the show goes on. The creative voice behind the Constance Little Bear Mysteries has not entirely departed. Oh! That's suspicious. I came in here to start making notes right away. Felt like the only way I could respect what she's leaving behind. Let you get back to it then. Deborah Vance, Clarice Meyer. Where the hell is Mr. Lupine? And stay out. Alright, what's left is Goose. I keep forgetting to close the door. Well, let's get this over with. What? Please leave. Huh? And then what do I do? The office? Oh! We just came from the office though. What are you doing in here? Snooping? You shouldn't... I gave up. Can we ask you a few questions? By all means. Where were you? I was checking on Goose. They're usually real tough, so I was surprised they were sick. So you've met them before this? Guess the cat is out of the bag on that. Such an adorable detective, aren't you? He leaned a bit closer to Faraday with a wink. Faraday blushed and stammered. Yeah. So you know them. Why pretend not to? I'd rather come clean. I don't want to deal with getting a murder pinned on me. I'm a thief, not a murderer. Oh, so you're the one who stole the thing. I'm guessing here, but I feel like everyone we talk to is going to say they're not murderers. At least one of them is a liar. Ask Goose then, they'll back me up. Say I told you it's okay. How did you find out about this party? We've been planning this for a while. Got her to run into Goose. Whenever she decided to let them in, would have been all the chance we needed. Why come steal something when you can't get out? That would have been exciting to deal with, but that wasn't something I planned for. That party just happened to be when she invited them, and I found a way to sneak myself in under circumstances. I didn't know you would seal the place, though. There's no way to get out until morning. It's a bit of a hitch, but I could have worked something else out. A challenge! It would have been fun. Do you like my trick with the lights? You really scared poor Clarice. No one got hurt. No one was supposed to get hurt, at least. I really don't know what went wrong. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to anything but the prize. The prize being, I just love demon sharks. Hate to break it to you, but there's no such thing as demon sharks. Don't tell Goose. You'll break their heart. Oh my god. I thought we could paw through Belle's notes and fill up on some fun stories. Come back if you change your mind. Bye for now, cuties. Alright, good sir. Okay, if he says it's okay. Lupine and I are partners. We work together to steal imps that belong to other people and give them back to their owners. I did steal this. Huh. Seem like you're smart enough to know this isn't a demon shark tooth. Yeah, but we didn't know what it actually was. Someone's imp. They deserve it back. Maybe it's better if I take it and seal it up? No way. You don't have the right to deprive someone of part of themselves. Maybe they got rid of it for a reason. No matter, living with only part of yourself will always feel empty. Oh. Everything we saw and heard, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Canterbury and Belle. Do we? You want to check your notes before making an accusation? Because now would be a good time to do that. If I'm not checking them now, then I assure you I don't need to do this. Oh, the culprit is. Can we? Oh no! God damn it! Bring me back! God. Is there an autosave? It is. We do. Load. Yes. Make sure to check your notes. Alright. Let's see. Lupine's partner. So Lupine and Goose were only here to steal something from Belle. If Dea Deleuze can get herself into Belle's locked office, that would mean she'd have access to her manuscripts. Mars took the first little bear story from Belle's office in the dining room. Myers was also in Belle's office, potentially. But I do recall Deleuze going off with Lupine at some point, but not after like the seance. Partners with Goose stole the tooth in Belle's office. And Noak can force you to do things. So perhaps only if you fear him. Does Lupine fear Lieutenant Merrick? I'm not sure. What if the husband and wife were in on it? There's not really much deduction happening. Like, these characters didn't really do any kind of deducing on who did what, and I have to end up guessing stuff a lot of the time. If Belle was murdered in her office, there are at least 3 suspects who went into her office. The first being Clarice, who took the manuscript, but that manuscript was that manuscript was in blue, in what's it called, in black ink, but Belle writes in blue ink, right? Okay, I'm really thinking hard on this one. That would make Vance suspicious as well, but not really. She didn't really have, I didn't really suspect any qualms with her. Here for Belle's research, wasn't them Lupine's partner? There is also anyone could have done this. Like right now, there isn't really any kind of presentation of evidence. A presentation of all the evidence and how things connect besides these notes. And I don't know their line of thinking right now, so I'm not understanding a lot. I think this process is a little flawed. I will remove Goose and Lupine from the suspicions because their main objective was to steal something. Dea Deleuze, the thing that she had was a business deal that would give her money, so she doesn't really have the motive to just kill someone. Someone who would be featuring one of her ships. Clarice was a big fan of Belle's work, so I don't think she would want her favorite author to die. Lupine, once again, he might have been forced to burn Belle's office. But for what? By Vance? But Vance is Belle's editor. Would her pettiness really would she be petty enough to be willing to go to murder just so she could change the things in Belle's manuscript? And then Noak. He's only here to serve one thing, and it's to force someone else to do the murder. I don't know, man. And then Miss Belle's imp was a thing where it compels her to work continuously. Save, actually, let's save. So we can just we can just save scum in case it's the wrong. I would posit that Lieutenant Nowak would have the biggest motivation to kill Belle because, as Miss Deleuze has explained, she Noak hates that Deleuze is getting a head up. And so he's trying to sabotage her by killing Belle and losing that business opportunity of one of her ships being featured in Belle's novels. So I will be accusing him. Faraday and Harold managed to get everyone gathered in the parlor. The murderer is none other than Lieutenant Nowak. What a shame that he has no alibi for the time of the murder. Steele, you were with me the whole time. That's not how I remember it. It's a shame, really. He was a reliable type of guy. The type of guy to sign divorce papers. Maybe I could vouch for his character. But as it stands, I just can't say. This isn't funny. Yeah, his alibi was really flimsy. And Deleuze just said she was in the second floor. I mean, this is kind of funny. Pretty objectively. Dia. You will cease this nonsense right now. Oh no! What? I'll do whatever you want. I'm so sorry. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, get out of here with that. Who would be scared of a big temper tantrum baby like you? Oh. Noak tried to argue, but Deleuze continued to mock him. Soon nobody was all that scared of him. Deleuze even provided a significant length of rope to keep him restrained until morning. When the sun rose and the seal of the mansion broke, the police were summoned. They arrived promptly, and as he was led away, Nowak put on a stern face. He was never paid for the evening's proceedings. And Holly Faraday was never quite convinced that they had chosen the right culprit, but he wasn't overly motivated to clear Nowak's name either. Bad end! Kinda. Sure. What then who? Goddamn, do I have to pick every single one of them? Oh man, if... Would Deleuze be the one? Why would she? It's a business. You never actually explained. God. Ah! I don't like this part. This is frustrating. Perhaps my biggest suspicion is Deleuze. My second biggest. She said she was alone at the time of the murder and she could easily have broken into Belle's office, plus a prior offense. Good luck backing any of that up. I said before she was with me. Merrick, I don't need your help. Oh. Huh. Well, that also, like, makes sense. Nowak is trying to cover up for her. That's why his alibi is so flimsy. They turned to the rest of the group and put out her hands. I guess you're going to have to tie me up until morning. Why would we tie you up? You're not resisting. You're not exactly a threat. Or am I? Who knows what I could be capable of? Better really get me tied up nice and tight. God damn. Treated the suspect with considerably more respect than any of the other guests. Well, of course, I would be delighted to come along with you. Officers, I'm sure we can clear up this little misunderstanding. Oh, and by the way, did my little donation to the policeman's ball go through all right? I'm very much looking forward to making another next year, so long as nothing might happen to get in the way of it. Cleared within a week. Harold was made a crime suspect. There isn't enough evidence to convict him. He was treated to a lifetime of surveillance and harassment. On the rare occasions he left home. Bad end. Ah! What the? My second... Miss Vance! I mean, okay. Harold put a finger to his lips, then whispered. This might be the true end, Chad. This might be the true end. He leaned in and quietly continued. I'm certain that we're on the same page, but let's proceed with caution. We cannot tell where exactly the rented imps may be. Right! They have rented imps. We cannot allow them to suspect that we think it is. then stated loudly, "Since all of you said it wasn't you, it must have been a suicide. No murders in either case. Mystery solved as far as I'm concerned." Tilted his glasses down so that Harold could see his eyes and give a big wink. Harold did his best to act annoyed at it, but instead of incredibly charmed. Oh. Not right now, boys. They headed toward the kitchen, but instead could hear movement toward the music room. Alright, this might be the true end. They found Vance there, as well as Lupine and Goose. Hold it right there. Huh. So they are... Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. I was going to absolve them of their sins of trying to steal, but they are in on it. And somehow made a connection with Vance? We are nosy tonight, aren't we? Despicable, you were in cahoots with her the whole time? I guess there's no point in hiding it after all. Goose withdrew the demon shark tooth from underneath their hat and handed it off to Vance. Wahaha! The great thief has successfully finished another heist. You said you were a thief, not a murderer. Murderer? Lupine's eyes flitted from Faraday to Vance to the tooth in her hands. I see. Goose, we messed up big time. If I hadn't been so worried about your health, I would have noticed sooner. What's all this racket? Goose motioned toward Vance. She's... Faraday lost his patience. Yes! Of course she's the killer. Maya shook her head. No! It can't be true. Miss Vance and Miss Bell have been friends ever since Miss Bell wrote her first Constance Little Bear mystery. Harold withdrew a sheet of paper. But not a single thing you've said is correct, because Vance was not Bell's friend, and Bernadette Bell did not write the first Constance Little Bear mystery. Oh! What? When Belle gave Miss Myers her autograph, she signed it in blue ink. Yes, the blue ink that she claimed to have used to write all of her stories. Yes, the first manuscript was in black ink. The first drafts written in black ink with spidery handwriting that differs significantly from the rest of Belle's notes. The spidery handwriting is not, however, only to be found in this first draft. It can also be found... Yes, the notebook. Yes. In Vance's personal notebook. Not a word of it is true. It's just a distraction. He's throwing accusations around in order to confuse you all. None of you can trust a vile man nor his associate. Hey! I could have sworn I heard you mention that you were the one who recommended Ludiciel to Belle. I mean, Ludiciel's not a guy I would invite to a party either. But if I was looking for someone shady to take the blame, plenty of people would assume he did it. She invited me too. She said that Belle had stolen her imp, and she needed our help getting it back. She was supposed to give Belle our calling card, so that Belle would know we were stopping by. Why did she even need our help? What? Miss Vance invited Lupine? She said Belle had stolen her imp and she needed our help getting it back. She was supposed to give Belle our calling card so that Belle would know we were stopping by. Why did she even need our help? Miss Vance, you could have strolled in and asked for your imp back at any time. Boss, it was a frame-up. Oh! You must have figured. If Ludiciel didn't take the fall, there would be 2 more outlaws as backups. Me? I'm never someone's backup. I never play less than center stage. All that matters is she had plenty of pasties shielding her from suspicion. Pasties? Goddamn, so cruel. It's mere conjecture, nothing more. How on earth could I have killed Belle? And you've so callously established. She gestured to the hole in her neck. I've no imp of my own. Not true! You vile thing. I'm not lying. I haven't published a book in years. I was forced to sell my imp. You didn't have your imp. You had several rented imps. As you all know, Vance made our dinner tonight. using one of the cooking imps that makes a flame hot enough to char a person. Right! I keep suspecting Lupine, my boy. One that is, I might add, more than big enough to hold a human body, and soundproof enough to smother a tea kettle screech, let alone the last cries of poor Belle. She had control over them both as in the past as well, because she said Belle would rent these imps from the same people often. She used the cooking imp to kill Belle in her office, then assuming that the imp couldn't move with poor Belle inside, Vance put Belle's body into the same cart she used to serve dinner, the one with ivy cloth. She carted Belle's body to the basement, dumped her into the furnace, threw the incriminating cloth in after her, then screamed, alerting the rest of us. You did it. Admit it. I'm stunned that a man like you was competent enough to put this all together, but solving this only means you've doomed everyone here. Correctly identify the killer after 3 attempts. So fine, what does it matter? I wrote the first Constance Little Bear mystery. It feels so good to say it. I published it under a pseudonym, knowing that the public would never accept it from me. Me? A respectable writer of beloved fairy tales? Writing tales of blood. It would sully my reputation. The story did modestly. Many readers enjoyed it, including Bernadette Bell, the little upstart. Oh, that's where her imp is. Good God. That's where she put it. She was a little nothing writer who loved my story and confided her esteem, not knowing that I was the writer. I told her my secret, and she was so excited. She asked to assist me in continuing the series. I even allowed her a small percentage of the earnings. But as we published more and more, sometimes trading off submissions, it became apparent that the public preferred her stories, so I let her write more and more. But she had the gall to suggest that she deserved more of the profits. She even confided in her nosy little friend Gareth Canterbury. Canterbury said it was wrong for Belle to write so much and for me to get all the profits, as though the series wouldn't exist without me. I, the creator of the series, goddamn, you haven't written a book in years, madame, was falling deeper into obscurity. You could have just went out and said you co-authored. But goddamn! A certain standard of living is expected of an authoress of my esteem. I had to sell my imp, my creative drive, to keep up appearances. Goddamn. I haven't been motivated to write a single page since. She thumbed at the hole in her neck. Is that the hole? It was smaller than Goose's and thus easier to mistake for an earring. Oh, it is. I had all but given up on ever seeing my creativity or my glory days ever again. But wouldn't you know, unwittingly, Belle bought my imp. And now, there was going to be a stage adaptation of the first story. My story. But the director and Belle insisted on having Belle rewrite it. That was really the final straw. You have no talent yet. Belle has been writing those stories from your series after the first book. You have no actual, like, independent say in the story anymore since you let Belle co-author with you. And now you want to take all the credit? By God, ma'am. Your ego is huge. Can you give me some? So I dealt with Canterbury, as she knew our secret. And then I dealt with Belle. And now, I don't need a single thing in this house to survive. And fire has really done me quite a few favors lately. Why not one more? No! Stop! The oven imp stood in the door, flame and iron barring the only exit. This rental imp just became unstable. It lost control and burned the whole mansion down. And tragically, none of you made it out. A shame we didn't catch that it was unstable when it killed Canterbury. What a shame that What a shame too that I will have to rewrite the script myself. Now that Belle's gone, but it will tie the whole narrative up neatly. An unhinged imp, an unfortunate fire but no one to blame. The public loves a neat, tidy story. The guests were at a loss for words. Lupine whistled in admiration. Lady! That's a wild story, sure. But you're forgetting one thing. We're not just going to stand around and let you kill us. Goosey, get her! Roger, boss. Goose drew a gun from their side and held it level at Vance. You seem to be forgetting about the second imp, which is just as dangerous. The razor-thin knife imp sliced deeply through Goose's hand. They recoiled, dropping the gun and clutching the wound. No! Vance laughed and held her own imp aloft. First, I shall reclaim my creative drive. Then I will claim your lives, and then I will reclaim my career. Harold felt his stomach lurch. It wasn't the merely self-obsessed fear of social discomfort this time, but a sudden terror for the safety of every person he'd locked inside the house. Wait! When we entered the house, Belle mentioned that she hadn't been feeling well. And when Goose stole the imp, Belle was full of energy, while Goose was suddenly stricken ill. That imp is dangerously full of spite and envy. That must have been what made Belle and Goose sick. If you return it to yourself right now, you might not be able to withstand. Vance laughed. Don't be absurd. I have it back where it belongs, and not you nor anyone else will be able to take it from me. Imps can mean things. It manifests as things that you hide so deeply. Do people not understand? Are you blind to your own imps' presentations? The sheer lack of self-awareness that these people have. Good God! Once I have my creative drive back, I will be returned to the height of my writing ability. How could I, the greatest author of the modern era, be envious of anyone else? And with that, Vance lined the thin spike up against the hole under her ear and drove it straight into her neck. With it reunited to her, she seemed to lose her balance and crumple to her knees. I forgot how this used to feel. I tried to warn you. Imps are complicated, and yours is filled with so much envy, it could poison anyone. But this should be all I needed to have the same creative drive Belle had. Vance moaned, trying to focus enough to direct the rental imps in her defense. She probably had no idea this thing was even yours. The cabinet was mostly just fake junk. She probably would have gotten rid of it if she knew that if she knew it was what was making her so sick lately. Dia, help me tie her up. What, you just assume I have ropes on me? Yeah, you do. I mean, I do. But that's just a rude thing to just assume. You're a shipwright. I mean, you would have rope. You would. An hour later, as the sun began to rise, Lupine and Goose were the first to make a swift exit out of the windows, without so much as a farewell. The other guests left more conventionally, and if you call heading home after harassment for answers by belligerent police conventional. The police cuffed Vance and agreed to bring her in, pending a more thorough check of all the facts. As she was led past Harold and Faraday, she chuckled. You think this was a loss for me? Even if they take me in for a while, I'll still come out on top. Without Belle's notes, who do you think they'll be turning to write that script? were they going to consult about the direction of the series? Who will write the next story? Soon everyone will know that I wrote the first story. Full creative control. It's my series now. Bear watched her go. There's barely any clues that would have pointed to her besides that manuscript. And you had to really pay attention to the first part of the thing where she was... I didn't even know that she had control over the... I didn't even know she had control over the rental imps. I thought she was just asking her to do stuff? Asking the imps to do stuff? To cook stuff? And she couldn't force these imps to like kill someone or something. I assumed that these imps had principles. I assumed the imps had morality, and that no, surely these imps wouldn't kill people if they were commanded to. No, surely not. I thought they were just doing their job in the kitchen. They wouldn't be following a mad woman's whims of killing her co-author. No! There was barely any evidence. Or, well, if there was, I wasn't able to properly catch it. I don't think... It would have been good to have been able to cross-reference, like, her handwriting in the notebook when we interrogated her. To cross-reference that, like, put a lot of attention on her handwriting, like, give it as detailed of a description as ever so that I would actually put it in my mind. And then, be able, help me, like, connect the dots into, like, the manuscript of the first book. Because the only thing that I remember from the manuscript, from the first story manuscript, was the black ink and how Belle was writing with blue ink instead. I'm just mad I couldn't like deduce it. There wasn't really much deduction to it. Even if I tried to. The notes were kind of not helping. The notes on the people kind of didn't really give me anything to properly deduce who the murderer was. Like this. I guess if you were in that situation, you wouldn't really think it would be noteworthy enough to write down. But for a player standpoint, every detail counts, so it would have been good to like add in everything that you think the player should consider. Like, there's a stunning lack of information on Vance right now that's referring to her interrogation. Like, they did not write down that she was already making notes of the manuscript just immediately after Belle's death. Like, that's something that should have been noted. But I guess I'm just frustrated. Like, I had to guess 3 times to get it right. So, I'm usually pretty good at deducting things, solving mysteries, solving puzzles. But this was frustrating. I don't know if that's just from my incompetence and me skipping through dialogue. Did I skip through dialogue? I'm not even sure. I was reading through it properly. I just didn't want to keep reading stuff aloud. The pair watched her go, her gleeful laugh fading away as she was taken out the door. That sounds about right for the level of justice in this city. Disgusting. If the chain does publish the next story, I'm sure as hell not going to read it. While Harold gathered up his things, Faraday slumped over on the couch. Hey, next time you're going to a party, remind me that I hate them. How about I remind you this? Nobody invited you in the first place. Faraday rolled over. You at least still have a solicitor. Some kind of lawyer. There's got to be something else we can do, so that Vance doesn't get her way. Oh sure. I'll just hire a lawyer to help Belle's memory. With all the money she didn't pay for this evening. Faraday pressed his face into the cushions. We could pull a lupine and help ourselves to payment. Harold sighed. Could probably get away with it, but it just wouldn't feel right, even... No, I can't stop working even if I'm dead. Ah! Harold dropped his bag and clutched at his arm. Hanging off of his sleeve... Miss Belle's imp! Bernadette Belle's imp. You little rascal. When I've finished finding that script, I'm gonna seal you away. Wait, what? Harold opened up his bag and dangled the little thing above it. Nothing, it's simply Belle's imp again. It got me with one of those accursed jabs. No, before that, you said Belle's script? Yes, it's trying to get me to... Harold stopped. The imp hopped onto his arm. It gave a questioning look. Oh, I think I understand. Belle's imp was made from her desire to continue working. Belle was obsessed with finishing her script when she died. Without Belle around, it seems to need to compel someone else to complete the job. The imp hopped a little, seeming to reach for his hand. Harold lifted a finger, and without a second thought, he pressed his fingertip down against one of the sharp spines. I can't rest even if I need to go get the script from where I hid it in the office. Harold was halfway out the door before Faraday could hop onto his feet and follow. They went up to Belle's office. Moving his sore hand along the side of the desk, Harold felt around. Found a secret compartment. Slid open with little resistance. They found the script! He must have suspected something. Does this look like it's usable? He was quiet for a time, taking it in. Holly, this rewrite fixes all of Vance's mistake in the first story. I'm sure people are going to like it. Vance is probably going to scream her head off when she finds out. Serves her right. Can't believe something good finally happened tonight. We can give this to Myers and the director and everything will... Shh! I'm reading. 3 months later. Harold's stray imp-infested home. Harold and Faraday were dressed in their best yet again. Faraday looked down at the 2 tickets in his hand. All that stress and hard work, and she didn't even bother to send us free tickets. At least we managed to get enough money together for them. You think you can handle this? It's the premiere, so there's going to be a lot of people notable there. For one night, I promised to ignore them all. Faraday wasn't sure that Harold could keep that promise, but he appreciated the effort. You know, I heard an imp lost control in the theater last month. It'd be just our luck to run into that on our one night out. I'm going back to bed. Harold turned around and blotted away. Like hell you are. Get back here. I'm letting my legs go limp. I'll drag you if I have to. You lousy bastard. I earned this damn day. Date! You sure have. True end. Woo! Woo! Yippee! 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 The art was great. I love the art. And I think the writing is strong. I was particularly happy about the banter, the character interactions were great. However, the mystery, the deduction part of it was kind of a hit and a miss for me. I was really frustrated actually when I was like trying to figure out who the killer was. I wasn't really given the proper clues to actually solve it for myself. The notebook was kind of not helpful that much. I had to rely on my memory on what was or wasn't mentioned. So that was my main concern with this game. But I did enjoy the story a lot. It was fun. And I loved Miss Dea Deluz, even though I suspected her. She was wonderful, as well as Goose and Lupine. I mean, everybody in the cast was fun, except Miss Vance, who, now that I think about it, was very scarce, actually, in the interactions. She was just this stuck-up editor of Miss Bell who would just scold you for like saying fuck or something. Who would just scold you for saying damn. But yeah, that's it for the game. We got the true ending, and also a couple of the false endings as well. We falsely accused 2 people, but fortunately, they had the power to escape the clutches of the police. One was a rich shipwright, and the other was a navy military man who could pull strings if he wanted to. Let's check out Maggie. Right, and we also have... Let's check out the art book at the tail end of the stream that we have been so graciously provided by the developer. Also, I love Maggie, actually. I love Maggie. And I like that it's... I like how Maggie represented Harold's bottled up emotions. I think imps are, in essence, a bunch of strong feelings. And for Harold, his strongest feelings were constantly bottled up, so it grew stronger and it became Maggie. Here's the backgrounds. I think these are photos that were overlaid, recreated with the watercolors. Look at that! Music room. Dev notes. Hey, thank you for playing our game. This was essentially made as a 1-month game jam entry. Ooh! And we wanted it to feel like the first case in a game with multiple mysteries. The art was all done with watercolor and fountain pen, then scanned into the computer. The backgrounds were a combination of photograph and traditional watercolor to give them a colorized photograph look. Also, all the imps have their own rules and ideas, and it would be fun to write about them. I'm a sucker for monsters that represent, well, what did you think the imps represented? Please let us know if you enjoyed the case of the Serialized Killer. We already have more episodes that we'd like to make, And next up would be an investigation on a pirate ship. But pirates also happen to be Holly's moms. They're great. Yippee! Actually, even though I had some issues with the deduction, I did like the game a lot in the story. It was really fun, and I would look forward to the next one, since this does sound like an it could potentially become a series. And look, Holly's moms. Wow. Okay, let's actually check out the game now. How do I let me check. Let me check. Where is it? I go into the Steam client, find the game in my library, go to manage browse local, and go find the zip file in that folder. Okay. Manage browse local files. The art book zip. Okay. Let me extract that. Let's take a look at this. Okay. How do I? Browser. Open it up in a browser. Separate that. Oh, someone head patted. Ayo! Did the head pat happen? I missed it. No! Alright. That should be... You guys can see it right now. Right? Alright. Here is the case of the Serialized Killer art book. Can we... Page view, 2-page. Yeah! Alright. This is a 64-page art book. Oh, look at that! There we go. Color chart, logo, map, locations. You have everything. Serialized Killer was made in September of 2021 for the Spooktober Game Jam. I think I'll only be going over... I think... the cover art and characters. You guys, if you guys want to... cover art and characters and the future. Maybe. Future? A sneak peek into the next game? That would be good. Hold on. Let me see. Actually. Oh my gosh. oh my gosh. There's a lot of this. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Okay. Let's read through the extras and the future. And also, let's read the about. The assets were all made with watercolor and then scanned into Clip Studio Paint. The backgrounds are photographs taken specifically for the game, which were rendered into black and white, then colorized by hand, with the same color palette as the sprites. Oh, they have a color chart thing that makes the whole game thing coherent. That's genius. No, not genius. That's what's the word? That's something I never would have thought of. I don't really... Usually when I do projects, I don't really take into account, like, color coherence. So that's, like, they're one step ahead of me. They're one step ahead of me with this. If you can tell with my characters in Clover Cafe, they aren't really color coherent, so... I just designed whatever I wanted, whatever colors I wanted them to have. My intention for the game was to make it feel like the first case of a series of short murder mysteries, much like Ace Attorney or Danganronpa, but with a visual style and comedy reminiscent of Clue. Thank you so much for purchasing this art book. Disclaimer, I was provided this art book by the developer, so thank you so much to them for giving me this. I will treasure this. Actually, really, this is actually all of what I've seen so far is very helpful to me as an artist. I will absorb this through osmosis. Yes, I love the art. Super love the art. Harry and Holly are incredibly personal characters to me, and it means the world to see folks enjoying them. Strange and micro indie titles have always been my favorite games, and the folks curious and weird enough to seek them out have always been my favorite kind of people. Alexis Royce. Yeah! Thank you so much to Alexis Royce for reaching out to me so that I could check their game out. It was a wonderful addition to my game library. I loved the story and the art. Spoiler warning, if you haven't played the case of the Serialized Killer yet, look out, this book will spoil the culprit. Yeah. Alright, this is the color chart. Oh. It's a lot of warm colors. Warmer tones, and then greens. In order to give the game a jewel-toned, Clue-like feeling, I stuck firm to a limited color palette full of warm shades. I was very specific about when I broke this rule, and I'll explain why later. Ooh. Logo. When did you break the rules? I think it was with the imps, right? Yeah, like Maggie. Case of the deceased writer. Case of the immolated writer. Case of the serialized killer. Oh. Okay. We are going into character art. So page 24. And then the extras is page 48. Key art. Look at that! Where is it? CGs. Oh. Oh, these are so much notes. Is this notes about the notebook? Oh, it is. This was the only CG that made it into the original Jam version of the game. Even with the help of the photographs, it was a lot of painting just to do in just 1 month. I earned this damn date. One of the most important things to add in a subsequent version of a CG at the true end. A lot of players seemed to get a really big laugh out of Holly dragging Harry out of his date at the end. These two end the story much in the same place as they were before, but they're making progress, I promise. It's always a good idea to advertise your mystery game by showing off how unobservant one of the main characters is. And I used this key art for the thumbnail for the stream, and I put my little creature in the line of vision of Harold. So it looks like he's looking at me. He's distracted by the tiny creature dancing in front of him. Here's all the art. Cover art and capsule art. This is Holly. These are the characters. Whoa! Notes! Growing up with albinism on a pirate ship is not especially easy, Chaga. Oh, okay. He grew up on a pirate ship. Between that and homeschooling on land with his birth father, Holly's friends have been books first, people second. Holly is very idealistic which meshes well with his pirate family, but not all with the upper crust of the city. When shit sucks, he hits the bricks. That gives him a life of freedom, but it did some devastating damage to his previous relationship with Harry. Ooh. Look at that. He's got that double-breasted pea coat. Ollie is also the perfect man. He's clever and cute and speaks his mind, and he's actually really good in a fight. Ahem, Holly's words are sharp, but his heart is very, very soft. He can't stand to see his former partner in such a state and has been spending the last several months living with him and trying to clean up the mess. Holly can fix him, he's sure. Are you sure? Bro goes, I can fix him. Handsome. What? Huh? Really? Oh, it would be cool to see his glasses be circular. But I think the rectangular glasses are nice too. I guess it wouldn't mesh well with his face shape if he had like a rounder face shape. Having circle lenses would be a little off. Harold Ludikiel. Pickens full of gothic scientists who come to ruin or kill themselves at the end of the book. The inspiration for Harold is to have a scientist who transgressed against man and God and then just kind of kept going. If Frankenstein or Jekyll lived down the street and everyone knew it, how does a city cope with that? And how does the scientist? Well, if you're Harry, you slowly self-destruct. His huge ego has been ripped in half, but the pieces are still there and he doesn't know whether to stitch them up or downsize. Probably some combination of both is best for him, but as you've seen, he has a problem not thinking in binaries. Not a lot of sketches for him, I guess. Oh, here it is. Not too many. Looks real smug for a man 50 years out of fashion. Alright. Okay, sure. And then Benjamina Bell. Benjamina Bell? Isn't it Bernadette Bell? Miss Bell! Named after Joseph Bell, who was Arthur Conan Doyle's real-life inspiration for Sherlock Holmes. She's a smart cookie and she tries to find the best in possibly unlikable people. Which is how you get a party full of folks like that. That's to her detriment with Vance, but it also protects her legacy as Holly and Harry do manage to rescue her precious twerp. Dea Deleuze. I love Dea. It's hinted that Dea's past might be a little more checkered than her cheery exterior lets on. We'd really like to get into that in a future game because her days as a murder suspect are not quite over. Deleuze's imp is shaped like a key and it can be heard constantly imploring to be let out. Firmly denies that there is any meaning behind these words, but what sort of trauma might her imp be echoing, and why would Deleuze have developed such a need to pick locks? Ooh. That's a trauma that we will have to dig into eventually. Alright, Clarice Myers. I don't like how my viewer is arranging these pages, because I think this is supposed to be the left side and this is the right side, but right now it's not. I like the exploration on her color palette. Now for lupine flowers. I really liked Goose Downy. It was fun. They were fun. And their big gaping see-through hole was also fun to see. Lupine. Once upon a time, Maurice LeBlanc stole Sherlock Holmes and put the character in his Arsène Lupin stories. He was faced with copyright issues. Then, in 1961, Kato Kazuhito stole Arsène Lupin, putting him in his Lupin the Third stories. He was faced with copyright issues. I'm telling you, all this for no reason whatsoever. All my ideas are 100% original. I knew he looked familiar. Those sideburns were iconic. Lupine. I am a phantom thief. The phantom thief. I like this. I like this little scribble in the corner. Now, Mr. Wait. Which one? Yes, Goose Downy. Monsieur. I don't know what your title will be, because it's I have the same problem. Monsieur Goose Downy. Madame Goose Downy. I don't know. There's no gender neutral title. 100% original. Goose introduces some consequences of being impless. The big hole through their middle. Whatever they've lost is pretty big. Folks tend to avoid them because of it. They're pining after lupine. But tonight's heist requires that they pretend not to notice each other. Pining. I did not... Wow, you really kept it in. But tonight's heist requires that they pretend not to notice each other. You can catch minor flirting between them during Lupine's introduction and dinner. So great, so good. Love you, love you, love you. Aww. Aww. They're cute. Next up, Lieutenant Marek Nowak. He doesn't have much. Nowak is Deluse's stalker, only legally husband, and a ranking member of the nation's navy. A bully and a scoundrel, Nowak has found an outlet for his sadistic tendencies. He's not the culprit of this story, but man, don't you wish he was? If there's any good in that heart, it is that he has genuine concern for Deluse. Once upon a time, they had a meaningful friendship, but two hurt kids alone make for a terrible support structure and even worse choices. You're coming down with me. God damn. God damn. Alright. The woman of the hour, Deborah Vance. The hole in Vance's neck is visible whenever she's on the screen, but chances are that the player won't notice. She's very clever, wearing dangly earrings that mask the absence. Due to the loss of her imp, Vance is emotionally withdrawn, but she's also got a lot of that Victorian prudishness left over from the previous age. Vance's imp is a horrible spike, filling her with venom. This is one imp I won't plan toy with. Vance creates from spite. Her imp is an embodiment of resentment. Is like drinking poison and waiting for your enemies to die. Vance gets a little more proactive than that though. And next up, Maggie. I really liked Maggie's design. Like, very much. Hold on. Single page. Let me zoom in on that. Reset. Zoom in. That's a really cool scribble. Is this like a modern AU? Because that looks like an apron. No, not really a modern AU, I don't think. Yes. But wow! Love you. But not as much as Holly. Most of the game was painted with the same rich, warm pigments. Maggie and the other imps are the exception. Yeah! I called it! All the imps have a sickly lime green tinge somewhere in their design, as though it's a color that doesn't exist in the real world. It drips from some of the other imps, but it flows through Maggie's veins. She can spit it out to burn people, which is a huge issue if you want to immediately start necking with a cute science boy living in your house. What do you mean? Maggie's clothing also has violets and magentas that come from a completely different type of paint. She stitched themselves. She stitched them herself. Ooh. This one's really cool. Oh, I love this one. This character exploration page. Dyes her own clothing. Bad at cultivating said peace and quiet. Dr. Ludiciel's assistant. Scottish accent. So what's with that surname? Maggie Albedo. Siblings 6 question mark. Are they siblings? Or are they the same from the same person? Because this is quote unquote Ludiciel's demon. You'd know if she broke it. Probably not her fault. Sometimes just shoves her hand into Harold's face and they sink into the skin like dough. And it looks like it really hurts. Alright. I won't be going through the entire thing, but let's check out the extras pages, because I think these are really cool. And wearing a tie, this is fancy. In real life, the styles of the Edwardian era took place roughly from 1901 through 1910s. This game is fictional, so I took whatever liberties I wanted with the outfits. Yeah, just do whatever you want! I would do that too. Although I want to be like to give a proper nod to the era, I also want to do whatever I want. And I can get behind that. Harry is worried, eager to please Lazy because he is depressed, a bit of a coward, insightful in social situations and regarding imps. I see I can lay on the floor, I can starve to death like the coward I am. This is why I hate being on land. Were we at sea, this pathetic breakdown could be cured by a mere dunk in the brine. Oh my god, no. I love these little character doodles so much. Oh my god. I suppose the house could use an exorcism sometime in the near future, but why do you ask? Oh my god. In everyone's final outfits, Myers and Belle are dressed more suitably for the era. Vance is conservatively dressed with a late Victorian style dress. Harry's jacket was on the cutting edge 10 years ago, and Lupine is practically cosplaying with an insane Regency style garb. Ooh. I loved Victorian era style outfits. Illustration. You need sleep. Oh, this is cool. I love how this is inked. And a little Deleuze. Right there! Yippee! Maggie. Maggie's so cool. Haha. Oh boy, I can't wait to repress this. I'm busy changing the bedspread responsibly and doing chores. Blanket for sleeping on the floor. He doesn't bed rot, he floor rots. Oh my god. Usually when demons wear clothes, there's some sort of symbolism, but I can't figure yours out. Oh, you like? Stitch it all myself. Caught Harry staring longingly at the fabric. So I ordered a whole ream of it. That's an expensive purchase, Harold. My verbal comprehension and perceptual reasoning are off the charts, but my frankly average recall and ability to process means I can appear slow by comparison. Very hard for you, but surrounded by geniuses, yes. Oh no! Diagnosed with brain too big. Poor baby. I'm trying to compliment you. Better make sure your neck can support all that weight. He's drinking gin from a cup? Why is he drinking gin from a cup? Oh my god, and bro's drinking mate, sure. Shoulders. Too lady cut. I'll miss you when you're dead. Ooh. Oh, and here's a combination of Goose and Lupine? Lupin. Wait, no! Wait, no! No, it's that other one. I don't really recall all the characters in Lupin the Third, but I remember there's one with a hat and a beard. Very original. Oh, I love this one. Oh, she's got a lot of... What's that? Scars? Or calluses? Oh, the loose! Snap, snap, snap. Echolocation! Looks like you got me all cuffed up, officer. Now what do I do? Looks like that I'm gonna... God damn, their relationship is a whole can of worms, honestly. Oh my gosh. But I do like their little the little character sketches that depict these two, Nowak and Deleuze. Yes, I'll eat it. No! Alright, here's the future. Here's a preview of the upcoming game. On the upcoming game. Had we met on the street, I would like to think that I would have been taken aback by your brilliant mind. But being the fallible humans we are, it is very likely that some bias would have prevented the growth of our blossoming friendship or our joint studies. Hoping this finds you well. In January 2023, I finished a prototype for a prequel visual novel where Harry and Holly write letters to one another. It might make for a nice addition feature for a more expanded version of Serialized Killer. Does Holly write letters from the ship or something? I solve all my problems by putting them in the water. The bigger the problem, the longer it stays in. I mentioned earlier that the Serialized Killer was supposed to feel like a first chapter of a longer game. If we get to make a second chapter, I'm planning to have it take place at sea. Holly's adoptive mothers are pirates, and I have a fun idea for an investigation which could only happen at sea. And hey, if you're looking at this page, it means that you made this game just a little more possible. Yeah! If you would like to play this game for yourself and also support the developer, this game is completely free, by the way, to play. So you can check that out on Steam. !play in the chat box. I will actually put it in. Put it in! So you guys can check that out. It is also on the pinned comment. Or pinned chat. And you can also get this art book for purchase. I don't know how much it is in USD or other what's it called, other currencies, but it was very affordable in mine. So yeah, if you would like to support their development, please go check them out. Oh, the village nearby was so superstitious they didn't understand that you could clone a tree from a cutting. Called it witchcraft. Now that's witchcraft. Nothing worse than being run out of town for the wrong reason. And look, it's all these mothers. They're beautiful. Credits. Photography. Yeah. So I didn't really go through the entire book, so if you are curious on the other stuff, go back to page 3. Go back to the contents. If you're curious about the other stuff, please go and check out the art book so that you guys can help support them as well as play their game. There are also other endings where you point at the wrong what's it called, if you accuse the wrong person. Yeah, there's other endings for that, so go check that out for yourself. And thank you again for dropping by, everybody. Up next, later in the night, I will also be streaming another basically mystery game. It's a reverse detective game where you have to frame one of your co-workers for stealing the secret recipe from your boss. And that will be later tonight. Please look forward to it. There is a waiting room available on the channel right now, so go check that out. And also, I am an hour and a half over stream. But yeah, I had fun. Thank you guys so much for watching. And if you haven't checked it out yet, or if you missed any of the streams, I have been streaming every day during the Choose Wisely Festival. I have been showcasing a bunch of games that have been participating in the festival as well, so you go check that out on Steam. There is a festival. They are in the front page, by the way, so you can find that there. There's over 390 games to choose from. And if you look at my VODs, you can check out the ones that I have showcased. The first was Lover's Enigma, the second, Okami, third, Imperial Grace, the fourth was Liver, and right now is Serialized Killer. So if you would like to check this one out, free to play, go and grab the game. Yeah, that's it.